four, three, two, one.
We are live.
Breaking, ladies and gentlemen, the latest intel on Iran. We have a military insider with us from KLW World News, Lee Wilbarger, who worked as an inventor and engineer for the U.S. Army for several years with a huge budget and a multitude of patents as well. So, Lee, you've always got your finger on the pulse, and it's great to have you on the show here at Leak Project. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me here, and I'll get rid of radios in the background. Yeah, there's a lot going on, so I'm glad we could hook up and let everybody know what's happening here. So, just in the last few hours, the U.S. Navy has sank a collection of Iranian naval vessels. In fact, I've got the report
According to
right here.
President Trump, the United States sunk 9
Can you hear that,
Iranian
Rex, or
Navy
not?
vessels. The president posted
I
it through
can't
social.
hear the report, so
Okay,
maybe you could
that's all
just
right. Yeah.
tell us
So
what's going on.
according to President Trump, 9 Iranian naval vessels have been sunk, and so Trump said also that the United States Navy has destroyed the command and control and the Iranian naval headquarters. They have sank 9 of their larger navy. Other than that, the rest of the Iranian Navy is doing well.
So walk us through this. Let's go back to yesterday when the launches were initially sent out. Let's start from the beginning. What happened?
Well, actually, it started 2 days ago.
Okay.
And it started 2 days ago with, well, 3 days ago now, with the Iranians who support the Houthis, those Houthis and Hezbollah bunkers that were full of weapons and caches and so on and so forth. The Israelis started pounding those locations because those were the weapons that the terrorists were going to use to attack Israel. So preemptively to the strike, um, the Israelis decided to take out those so they don't have to fight against Iran and the Houthis, Hezbollah and Hamas at the same time. The main bunkers were Hezbollah bunkers were the main bunkers that the Israelis took out just north of Israel. That was the first thing that kicked off. The second thing that kicked off was Pakistan started attacking Afghanistan, and that's kind of a game. So is that the fighters that are normally fighting in Afghanistan have went to Iran to support Iran because the Islamic regime in Iran is who supports terrorism. So all the terrorists ran home to Mama Iran to help Iran. And when those terrorists fled from Afghanistan to go fight in Iran, it left the positions in Afghanistan weak. Pakistanis saw that and decided to take advantage of it. So that's why the Pakistanis are attacking the Afghans. Additionally, we as Americans don't normally strike during the daytime. We as Americans don't normally strike Islamic countries during Ramadan. However, there was a major meeting between 40 senior officials, all taking place, all at the same location, and the United States and Israel knew where that location was. So the United States and Israel agreed to strike that location and strike it hard, from what I understand, with 40 bunker busters. They hit this single compound and killed 40 leaders. And so there is a report now that the new leader has been elected and has already been taken out by the Israelis or the U.S. Now, that hasn't been confirmed, but that's pretty much how this is going to work. Anybody they elect immediately gets a target on their back, and they'll be the next one to well, receive a package from the U.S. or from the Israelis. Now, the attack, when it came, they hit them with missiles. They hit them with stealth fighters carrying missiles and bombs, and they mainly missiles though. They some of the missiles were technically called glide bombs, but anyway, they deployed. Oh, hold on one second. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Sorry about that. I got keys to the facility here.
Oh, no worries.
The So when we went in with stealth aircraft and cruise missiles and hit everything that needed to be hit in the first wave. Now, the interesting part about the way we've done this is we haven't done it as an all-out assault against Iran or the Islamic regime that has been in control of Iran for 47 years. We are doing everything very limited and spaced out. And by doing that, it's allowing us to do basically a real time BDA. So that's a bomb data assessment. And so when we drop a bomb, we want to see if we're destroying the target. How well did that bomb do at hitting that target? And so when we went in, we hit the main stuff first. We hit the Chinese radars. We hit their command and control for their Navy. We hit their communications infrastructure. And we hit key locations that had leaders and commanders, as well as we hit facilities that had the big heavy stuff. The long range missiles are what we need to worry about. The hypersonic missiles are what we need to worry about. Nuclear stuff is things that we need to worry about. So we've been hitting those key long range things first. And so we're continuing to soften up and degrade their fighting capability. I mean, they may know jujitsu, but the first thing we're going to do is break both their arms. Okay, good luck with your jujitsu now. Okay, next we're going to break both your legs. We're not going to kill you right off, but we're going to severely degrade your capability. And so that's what the U.S. Has been doing to Iran with a little assistance from Israel. I think the U.S. is carrying the vast majority of the burden here. Not to say that Israel's not doing anything, but I don't think Israel is carrying all the water. Not when you see the number of tankers that we've moved in, over 100 attack aircraft, over 30 tankers. Huge. In fact, there's total aircraft involved over there now is over 500. Yeah, everything.
Well, let me ask. I recently read a post from Tucker Carlson.
Oh God,
several days ago.
That stupid fucker Tucker.
The only reason I'm bringing that up is because in the post he was comparing, like in previous countries that we've gone to war with, Afghanistan, Iraq, comparing that to Iran. Iran is a much larger nation. Bigger population, stronger military. So could you see a conflict that could drag on similar to the previous wars that we've gone in the Middle East that have gone on for decades? I mean, could this be a breaking point for the U.S.?
Think so. Don't think so. The reason I don't think so is because these people have been imprisoned by their own government for 47 years. They don't want to be radical Islamists. They don't want to be the leaders of terrorism and supporters of terrorism around the world. The leadership of the country does. The general public does not. The general public, as far as true Iranians, not part of the Islamic regime, you have to look at it as it's, terrorists came in and took over and they're holding a country at hostage. So the people want it. The people want their king back. So they want the prince that's there now, the prince that came here to the United States. They want to go back to what they were before. And I feel like that once the Islamic regime who's in charge is decapitated, until that takes place, it can be hard to do. But once the Islamic regime
Hey, Lee,
yes.
we're having some serious audio issues on your end, man.
Oh, okay, sorry. I said
That's all right.
once the Islamic regime is taken care of, and they've removed the Islamic regime from power, and they've got the prince in there, and they can go back to the royal structure that they had before, I think the people will love it. And it'll be a lot more stable for all of the Middle East. Because you have to remember, even though we went into Afghanistan, even though we went into Iraq, even though we went into Syria, every single time we went in, we had two problems. The Russians and the Iranians were supporting terrorism in those countries and radical Islam. And now that Iran is being removed from that equation, they won't have the influence that they did before. They won't have the weapons. They won't have the men. They won't have the money. They won't have the support. So freedom and democracy can grow without the weed killer of Iran or the cancer.
I saw a post from President Trump. I think it was on Truth Social, or maybe it was on X, from yesterday after the initial attacks, or some of the attacks on Iran. And it said that Iran has threatened the U.S. with serious attacks. They better not do that, because if they do, then they'll be really in trouble. Basically is what it said. I mean, I'll have to find the exact post, but are you familiar with that?
Yes, and I'm familiar with. So 3 days ago, a guy came on my show and said he was from Austin, Texas, and said, should we be worried about terrorists in the U.S. and sleeper cells? And I said, absolutely. You're in Austin, you can absolutely have sleeper cells in Austin. And now we've had a terrorist attack in Austin, and I think there's 3 dead and 14 injured.
Something happened in Austin?
Yeah, there was a mass shooting last night in a bar in Austin. 3 dead, 14 injured. And it's believed to be a terrorist attack.
That was fast.
Yeah, well, but that's why I said 3 days ago, you got to be watching out for this stuff. I wouldn't have went anywhere in public if I were in Austin.
You think it's going to get worse?
Yes. Absolutely.
So who was taken out in Iran? Like the top leaders?
Top 40 people, the Ayatollah, the top military people and the top government people. They dropped 40 or 20 bunker busters or 20 big bombs. I don't know the exact model number of the bomb, so I don't want to say bunker busters. But big bombs like bunker busters. They dropped 20 of them and killed 40 people in one compound. And the Iranians didn't think we knew where they were. The Iranians didn't think we would attack because it was Ramadan, and the Iranians didn't think that we would attack because it was daytime. Those were 3 things they got wrong.
Now, if the leadership was taken out, who's going to replace them?
Well, they voted and replaced him with a new guy, and it's now being reported. That's what I was saying a minute ago. Now being reported that supposedly that guy who was the replacement has already been hit, struck by a strike, and killed. That hasn't been confirmed yet, but supposedly the new leader they just voted in a few hours ago is now among the casualties.
Oh, man, it seems like this war is going to be turned into a biblical war. Is the way that I see it.
I don't think so. We've cut off their money. We've cut off their money supply. We've taken out the top 40 leaders, and we are destroying their Navy. We're destroying their Air Force. We're destroying their Army. They don't have anything to fight back with. They don't have anything to give anybody else. So basically, we're turning Iran into the humble bumble in the cartoon Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. They're mean as long as they got their teeth and their nails, but if you defang them and declaw them, they're not nearly as vicious as they were before. And dead people don't really say a whole lot or do a lot.
Was Iran ever a democratic nation, or is it
Oh
always
yeah,
been?
it wasn't quite a democratic nation, but it was really close. When the Shah, yeah.
Was it in the 70s or when?
Yeah,
was
in the
it?
70s. Yep, in the 70s. In the 70s, man, they had discos. It was a totally different country, man. It was like Miami.
So, I mean, this is what I'm kind of picking up from the media and the way that I'm following these political moves that are taking place. We go to Argentina. We build up a huge military force out there. Then they strategically capture Maduro and
Venezuela, you mean?
Venezuela. Did I say Argentina?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Sorry,
Don't
folks. Venezuela.
cry for me, Argentina.
Argentina's next.
Yeah,
It was a Freudian slip.
No. That's just Cuba's
I
next.
hope not.
Cuba's next. Cuba and Colombia.
Okay, and that's actually something that I had forecast at the beginning of the year. I said Cuba is going to be next. Military operations, special forces operations in Mexico, which we just saw.
Yep.
So it seems like we're both forecasting some events that are taking place. And you know what? I'm reading through the comments, and it's a mixed bag in here. And folks, if you don't have anything constructive to say, just please don't say it at all. I've known Lee now for 7-8 years.
Yeah.
And I understand that there's a lot of people upset about what's going on right now in the Middle East. And if I had a choice, I definitely wouldn't want our troops out there. We've already seen casualties on our side. It's not good. You know, war sucks. So, but Lee has a lot of information about what's going on that a lot of people don't, because the people that Lee knows, because of his position with the military, as like, what was your official position with the Army?
I had 2 senior positions with the Army. I was the senior technologist for the Dismantled Battlespace Battle Lab in Fort Benning. And I was senior technical staff for CCOM, Communication Electronic Command. I was in charge of all wireless devices for the U.S. Army.
That'll give you some connections, folks. I mean, so look, I understand. Everybody knows everything on the internet. Like these, and anyway, so let's.
Yeah, it has to be true. I saw it on the internet.
I think this is really important. What's that?
Yeah, it has to be true. We saw it on the internet. It has to be true. We saw it on the internet.
Real. It's all real on the internet, all of it, especially if you think it's real. Then, so I mean, you gotta research everything and not just one side of the coin. Otherwise, you're missing 50% of the situation. And so I'm doing my best to bring in as much information as I can, because I want to know what's going on, and I follow the evidence. I follow where the evidence takes me. But I just think that with the way that, so go ahead.
And I don't do it anything as these people are right or these people are wrong. I just report what's there. I just report the facts. I don't care. I'm not political. I don't get into all of that stuff. I don't get into Hollywood. I don't report any of that stuff. I don't do sports, none of that. I do real world news that matters to people. And I just tell them the truth. Some people like that. Some people don't. Ones that don't, there's plenty of other people that they can go watch.
Or, you've been doing podcasts now for about 8 years.
14 years.
14 years. And if somebody hears something you say that they don't agree with, then they're going to stick to that 10 years later. You said this 10 years ago, so everything he says must not be true. Like,
right. Okay.
Whatever. But anyway, right, let's just. Sorry, I was just reading.
If they've got proof of that, I'd love to see it.
Okay, so let's go back to Venezuela.
Sure.
Because, and then we kind of I sidetracked. I said Argentina. So we build up a huge military force in Venezuela. We do a strategic target to get Maduro and capture Maduro, and then boom, regime change, and things seem to kind of go back to normal. And then we move our troops and military over to Iran, close to the Strait of Hormuz, and we've got this huge military buildup out there. And then we do these strategic ops to take out the top 40 leaders out there. So it seems to be quite a bit different than Iraq and Afghanistan, where I think they were playing the long haul game out there. But you think this is just going to be like wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, and then move on?
Well, I don't want to say it's going
in
to be that
Iran?
fast. Um, you know, that would be a matter of days. This is going to be months, possibly a year, to get a new government stood up in the country. But you're getting rid of a radical Islamic terrorist organization that has been the ruling party over a country for 47 years. I mean, I remember when they took. I remember Iran the way it was before. So, there's a lot of people in the country that have no idea, but the people of Iran, the Iranians, are dancing right now because the Ayatollah is dead. And Trump has said, lay low until the bombing is over and then come take your country. Trump is the first president in the last 47 years to have the kahunas do this. So this is, something that needs to be done. The world sees that it needs to be done. And the best part about it is countries who told the United States, you cannot attack Iran from our territory. And Iran knew that, and Iran was supposed to be friends with those countries. The Iranians have now attacked them. So the Iranians have hit multiple locations in countries that were trying to be neutral and now turned those countries against Iran. Saudi Arabia, UAE, there's numerous countries that are now supporting America in removing the regime because they were attacked and they did nothing. In fact, the only 7-star hotel in the world, or one of the only, I think it is the only 7-star hotel in the world, was hit last night by an Iranian ship. Right, $2,500 a night to stay there, and got hit by a drone. There's no military significance to that location at all.
Why would they do that? I saw that there was some video footage of that hotel you're talking about in Dubai, and like I'm thinking to myself, why in the world would an Iranian drone strike that? What's the symbolism? All that's going to do is piss them off. It's
right. It did. It did.
Doesn't make sense.
Right. It's just like they wanted to hit the World Trade Center. That is the World Trade Center. They're the most prestigious hotel in the world, or one of. So they're terrorists. That's a worldly thing. So it's a symbol, just like hitting World Trade Centers.
Okay, but they didn't. But they used a drone.
Yeah, they used a drone.
How much damage did it do to the?
It burned a good bit of it. It didn't burn a lot of it, but I don't think it killed anybody. But the fact that they did it was not a good thing for them to do at all.
I mean, if they've got the U.S. going after them, they don't need, Dubai and other very wealthy nations to get mad at them too.
They don't care.
Wow.
Yep, they don't care. And the interesting part about all of this is they have called for the evacuation of Tehran. And the fact that they've called for the evacuation of Tehran leads people to believe that they may want to launch a nuke. And a lot of people say Iran doesn't have nukes. I disagree with them. I think Iran was provided with nukes from the Russians.
That's what I was going to say.
And they are trying to incorporate how to put those onto a hypersonic missile from China. And so,
I mean, sorry to interrupt, Lee. I was just going to say, like, for the past 30-something years in the news, it's, in Iran is just weeks away from obtaining a nuke. They've been using that card for 30, 40 years, 30 years. And I just think to myself, whenever I see that news, I think, well, gee, didn't the Soviet Union collapse? And what happened to all of the nuclear weapons that disappeared out there? Maybe they got sold in the black market. And I've just questioned that as well. Like, wouldn't Iran have the ability, or at least the money and the resources and the connections to purchase some of these potentially Soviet nuclear weapons?
Yeah,
and that's what you're saying, basically.
Yeah, so what's been happening is the there are certain planes in the Russian inventory that are specifically designated to haul nuclear weapons and nuclear parts and nuclear material. The simple fact that we've been seeing those aircraft flying into Iran tells us that they are supporting them with nuclear materials, nuclear weapons. So, that those aircraft are made for one thing and one thing only. So they're not going to be flying into Iran on sightseeing. And additionally, when they went in and when they came out, they were so heavily laden that they had to stop for fuel. And when they did that, they actually turned off their transponders on their aircraft, landed, refueled, and then took off and then turned their transponders back on. So we couldn't see them landing at those airports. And we know that we have coverage of those airports because we can see the other aircraft that are at the airport. So there's no reason for that transport aircraft to turn their transponder on and off unless they're hiding what they're trying to do. And we've seen this again and again and again. So, there's been well over a dozen flights into Iran from these aircraft. And then the Russians are trading Su-30Ms to the Iranians. This started in 2017. The program didn't start, well, they made the arrangement in 2017. The delivery of the aircraft didn't start until 2020. But supposedly the Iranian pilots are so horrible at flying that the Russians are having to fly the aircraft because the Iranians are not capable of learning the aircraft effectively. So the Russians are actually flying the Iranian Su-30s. And there's also Russian ships and Chinese ships in the Strait of Hormuz right now. So we're making sure that we sink everything around them, but don't sink them. But don't think if one of those ships fired on an American jet or on an American drone or on an American ship or an Israeli ship, don't think for a minute that those vessels wouldn't be sank, just like the Iranian vessels. If you fire, at this point in time, if the Russians fire on a U.S. ship with their ship in the strait, that ship will be sunk.
Okay, now tell me if this is accurate or not. 20 years ago, approximately, I worked with a dude that was in the Navy, and he was working on satellite technologies. I think he said from the 90s, where these satellites could track nuclear isotopes anywhere, even underground, underwater. So if you've got a briefcase nuke, as an example, they would be able to track that briefcase nuke pretty much wherever it went. And that was 30 years ago. So like the Star Wars project, can you talk about that?
Yeah, we have sensors that can detect radioactive material. I'm not going to say, yeah, we could go deep and detect way underwater or detect way underground. But we can detect not only what the material is, but what country the material came from.
So wouldn't they be able to track nuclear weapons being moved through these aircraft?
Yeah, they can. Absolutely. They're not going to tell the general public about it.
Okay. So if they are moving nukes through these aircraft, like you're talking about potentially, and they're tracking it, they're not going to tell. They're not going to tell us.
They're not going to tell us. Absolutely not. Just like what's going on in Texas, they're not going to tell us about what's going on down there with the laser. But we can get into that later.
Yeah. Let's get into that. Actually, So now I'm going to give my theory on this, and this is just kind of what I'm thinking through anyway. So we've got a party balloon shot down by a laser.
Yes.
And then
well, it's more than just a party balloon shot down by a laser. Go ahead.
Okay. A few days later, a border patrol drone, one of our own, gets shot down by a laser and at a military base that's close to Fort Bliss in Texas, close to El Paso, just south of there. And so we've got 2 friendly fire incidents in the course of days and from experimental lasers. And then we've got the whole anthropic AI fighting with the Pentagon saying we're not going to give you full autonomy and we're not going to let you use this technology for full U.S. Complete surveillance with AI. And so they get blacklisted from the Pentagon. And then OpenAI comes in, well, we'll help out, but we won't still do what they anyway. But so I thought to myself, this is what I think's going on. I think that they're doing beta tests with AI autonomous technologies, allowing for these lasers to be ran by autonomous systems for beta tests to see how effective they are.
It failed.
And they've already failed twice.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Okay, so the laser.
But I read it on the internet, Lee.
Yeah. Well, then you got the answer.
I've got it.
So the laser is a 20 kilowatt laser. That's enough to run 10 houses. That's 800,000 times stronger than a laser that will get you arrested. If you go outside with a 1/4 watt laser and you fire that at an aircraft, then you get arrested for that. These guys have a 20,000 watt, not a 1/4 watt, a 20,000 watt laser. Not only did they fire it, so first off, it's an Army weapon, and the Army's been testing it, and the Army has very stringent protocols for using it on a military base through a thing called a safety release. So what happens? They transfer this technology from the U.S. Army to the Customs and Border Patrol. Now, Customs and Border Patrol doesn't have safety releases like this. Customs and Border Patrol, it's off of the military base, so now it's in Customs and Border Patrol's hands. So what do? They take the thing out and they fire it through the airspace of 2 airports. So first off, that's illegal. You can't fire a laser anywhere near an airport. Secondly, they have 0 authorization to do it. To target that the radar, and the radar is supposed to be good enough to be able to detect what's called the microvortices of the rotor blades. As the drone's propellers spin around, the radar is supposed to be accurate enough to see that those are drone propellers. Then, to back that up, they're supposed to have a system that detects to see if there's a thermal signature. So they have a thermal weapon sight. That's supposed to detect to see if there is a thermal signature there that looks like a drone as opposed to a party balloon or a helicopter. And so that failed. It did not prove to them that it was a party balloon. And then the third thing in the loop is a human being. And they're the ones that actually squeeze the trigger. So all 3 safety features on it to make sure that they only shoot down drones failed. It didn't show, the radar didn't show it was a drone. It said it was a party balloon. The thermal imager didn't show it was a drone or a helicopter. They still said it was a drone, even though it was a party balloon. And then the person firing it didn't know any better, and they shot down a collection of 4 party balloons. So I went to El Paso, Texas, to investigate what was going on, and we've now got an air raid coming in to
Alarm.
Israel.
Atlit. Daliat al-Carmel. Isfia. Tirat Carmel.
Right now,
Haifa.
literally.
Yeah, right now.
Neve Sha'anan and Ramot Carmel. Nesher. Haifa West. Haifa, Carmel, Hadar, and Lower City.
Right, so,
Kiryat Ata. Shefar'am.
if you're just joining
Haifa
us, Lee
Bay.
Wilbarger is
Kiryat Bialik. Kiryat
So, yeah,
Motzki.
intel.
Kiryat
there's-
Yam.
There's an attack taking
Sachnin.
place in Israel as
Carmiel.
we speak.
Akko. Haifa. Kiryat
got-
Chaim and Kiryat Shmuel.
We've got
Kafar Kana.
sirens going off all over
Majhar.
Israel
Deir el
right
Asad.
now.
Nachif.
I need to
Shezor. Kishor. Golani Memorial
be able
Site.
to share my audio with you.
Lavon.
Yeah, the only way I can think of that you can do that is if you can do like somehow
hold on.
share the screen or the
Yeah,
window.
right here. And I'm giving you the audio too. Can you hear the sirens?
No.
Wow, I wonder why you don't hear the sirens. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, I got all kinds of sirens going off right now.
Hodayot, Ravid,
Jeez, and
Kalanit,
what are all these
Moran,
red-
Julis,
That's where the
Sajur,
missiles are
Salmon,
going to hit.
Nabi Shoaib, Nazareth, Deva
many?
Carmel.
They're
Yeah,
launching a lot.
yeah.
Now, it seems like they used up a bunch of their missiles and military hardware.
Can you hear that now?
previously.
Can you hear
No.
noise in the background? Okay. I just tried to redo it. But anyway, yeah, so this whole area here is now under a missile alert. And you can see there we got an interceptor going up right there. Let me change this for you. That'd be in this screen right here. See that? That was an interceptor that just went up. That was over Haifa. So we got more coming in. There was another explosion
saw
right there.
something.
Yep, that was an explosion right there. That was another that was shot down.
So that's from their
There's
Golden
one.
Dome?
One in blue. Yeah, they have Iron Dome and
Iron Dome. Okay.
David Sling and Arrow. So you can see them right there, northern Israel. You can see the missiles coming in and being hit. Northern Israel, right there.
What is?
There's another
What do they
explosion.
use to? What do they use to hit the missiles that come in? through
They
their
have a
Iron Domes?
lightweight missile that's extremely fast, extremely cheap. They've got them down to, I want to say, under $100,000 a piece, and they're radar guided, and they work really, really well. In fact, they have successfully shot down, I think, 97% of all of the missiles that have been fired.
Wow,
That's doing pretty good.
97%. That's powerful.
Yeah.
You think? How long do you think this is going to go on for?
Weeks. Yep. I think it'll go on for weeks.
What do you think about the whole Anthropic situation right now with the being blacklisted in the Pentagon?
I haven't gotten into that, so I can't tell you a whole lot about that.
Okay. This is wild. So I want to share this. This is from U.S. Let me do a screen share. Pull this up. Check this out. This is from U.S. Central Command just a few hours ago, as of 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. This is very unfortunate. My prayers go out to those that lost family members or loved ones or friends. March 1st, 3 U.S. service members have been killed in action and 5 are seriously wounded as part of Operation Epic Fury. Several others sustained minor shrapnel injuries and concussions and are in the process of being returned to duty. Major combat operations continue and our response effort is ongoing. The situation is fluid, so out of respect for the families, we will withhold additional information, including the identities of our fallen warriors, until 24 hours after next of kin have been notified. That sucks, man.
Yeah.
Can you tell me more about Operation Fury?
Don't think so.
Okay. How come?
I don't know what you're referring to as Operation Fury.
That's the Epic Fury.
Epic Fury. Oh,
Operation-
that's okay. Yeah, Epic Fury. That's not okay. Yes, Operation Epic Fury. Yeah, I can tell you all about that. So we've got 2 carriers in the area. We've got multiple destroyers in the area, possibly a third to be brought in. We've got over 500 aircraft involved. Refuelers, attack aircraft, bombers, surveillance aircraft. We've got they're saying 1 submarine. There's probably 3 submarines there, not 1. There's 1 with each carrier group, so there'd be 1 with the Ford and 1 with the Abraham Lincoln. But I'm thinking there's at least a third one floating around there somewhere. So,
Go ahead. If Russia, I'm sorry, I thought you were done talking.
Yeah, I was.
if Russia decides to give nukes to Iran and Iran uses these nukes, does that change everything for the way that we're going to deal with Russia? But if they've already done it and we already know about it.
Yeah, they've already done it. We already know about it. And this is our way of taking it away from them.
Like, what happens if Iran figures out a way to nuke us? Then what?
Well, actually, technically, with the Chinese hypersonic missiles and some modifications, technically Iran could nuke New York City right now. They've got the capability if they stripped a weapon down, a hypersonic, fired it. So they could, if they wanted to, they could do it now. But I don't think they have it put together yet, which is why I think this is the best time to do it.
Mrs. Smith says, none of you are listening in what this man is saying, including you, Rex. Listen. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was listening. Thank you for speculating. I appreciate that.
That's all right. You got a lot of speculators in the chat.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Like, geez, nobody's happy in here. Everybody's angry at everybody. Well, I get it. It's like, it's a pretty wild time to be alive right now. We're going through some opportunities. I mean, just turn off your social media. That'll light you up a little bit. Or turn it on. That'll light you up. Turn it off. You'll probably feel better. Wow, man. So what do you see the next move as, Lee?
Well, we have to continue to go through and decapitate the leaders in Iran, and I think that's what the U.S. and the Israelis have been doing. I mean, they took out literally 40 senior Iranian officials in a matter of seconds. So, you know, that's a really good start. And, you know, to go through and we have systematically, again, you have to look at it. What the U.S. military is doing is just like when a Apache longbow shows up on a battlefield and is there to take out the enemy targets. Everybody has their priority of what the targets are, but the Apache's priorities are the highest because the Apache's the one there actually doing the firing. So the targets that you want to hit, you want to destroy everything, but the first thing you want to destroy are the things that can destroy the weapon system that's there. So when an Apache shows up, if there's a missile launcher site, if there's a radar site, if there's guys with man pads, those are the first targets that the Apache wants to shoot, because those are the things that will shoot down the Apache. So you have to shoot the archer, not the arrow. So that's what we're doing right now, is the U.S. is going through, along with Israel, and is systematically identifying the biggest threats to Israel, to the United States, and to the assets at sea. And so they are taking out the long-range weapons first. They're taking out anything that can be nuclear. They're taking out anything that has the range of hitting Israel or the United States. You can rest assured that the missiles that the Chinese delivered are on that list, and you can rest assured that the facilities that are holding the items that the Russians' planes delivered into Iran, and you can bet your life the U.S. knows where those facilities are, and you can bet your life the U.S. knows which one of those buildings that equipment hidden in. And so those are top priority on the targeting list. And so they're going to continue to take out the leadership, both civilian or religious, as well as taking out the leadership of the military, while systematically taking out command, control, communications, the bunkers for the aircraft, the bunkers for the weapons, hitting the long-range missile storage complexes with large bunker busters to cave in those facilities. So even if we don't destroy everything in the facility, we've buried it in there. So it's been entombed. So they will have to be able to dig in and get that out. So we're Joint Chiefs of Staff General Raisin Kane has done a tremendous job at carrying this offensive. I think this is one of the best. This and Venezuela is just showing the talent that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has. So
Do you remember the news that came out after we captured Maduro, where I think even President Trump said this in a Truth Social post, something along the lines of they used
They did.
technologies
They did.
that were okay.
They did.
Like, tell us about this. What kind of technology are we talking about here?
They didn't.
The discombobulator, I think they call it.
The discombobulator is one of the greatest propaganda ruses that people have expanded on after the bullshit story was made up. So there were people who ran. There were people who fought. Those people who fought died. The people who survived ran and hid. So the people who ran and hid, they couldn't tell their leaders, oh, I ran and hid while all this was going on. No, they had some futuristic weapon thing that made me sick and made my nose bleed and made me want to throw up and all this other stuff. Well, if people are putting this story out, why wouldn't you go along with it and claim that the U.S. has this crazy thing that doesn't exist? And so it's not there. They don't have a discombobulator.
Dang it!
Havana syndrome has already been proven to be drinking cheap booze. The Havana syndrome that's already been proven. So
now this is gonna stir some.
Well, I don't care. The documents already came out. The research has already been done. The people who got Havana syndrome had a hangover from drinking cheap booze at a bar. The only people who got Havana syndrome are people who drank. So how, and then they went and sampled where they were drinking at, and it was cheap brews, stuff they were making in car radiators and shit. That's the truth about Havana syndrome.
But what about the people that don't drink and have very similar effects?
I haven't found one yet.
I could introduce you to one.
Okay. Please do.
So no, and so see, here's the thing, folks. Like, I can be friends with Lee and still disagree with him on things, and I don't think that all your friends, like, do you have to agree with everything that you?
No, hey, Rex, I'll agree with anything as long as you can prove it.
Well, no, I'm just saying this to the audience, like, because It's amazing how people get so upset. They're like, well, this guy said this, so I don't like him. Like,
oh well.
My best friends, I disagree with all the time. So
you don't disagree with me all the time, Rex. Come on now.
Well, no, but when it comes to certain things like having a cell phone tower next to a nursing home, or like I think that's a bad idea. And I remember I talked to you about this, and you're like, dude, if I got offered money to put a cell phone tower on my house, I'd do it. And I'm like, You're crazy, Lee. But
no,
that's
it's the frequency and your proximity to it, and whether you're in the beam or not, and what the power is. It's all relative. People don't realize when they were sitting in front of a TV all their life, when they were sitting in front of a television ahead of a TV tube, they were sitting in front of an ion cannon. They were having electrons fired at them constantly. You were being irradiated by your TV the whole time. How many of us now have 3 eyeballs?
Well,
and 5G is going to kill you. Name all the people that are dead from 5G. 5G is the software format, the signaling protocol. It's the 5th generation. In fact, 5G uses frequencies we've been using for 20 years. I still don't have that 3rd eyeball yet.
Well, you must use your 3rd eye to see through the veil of deceit, Mr. Lee Wilbarger.
No, I traded in my crystal ball for a snow globe. I like it a lot better. It's got Rudolph in there and Frosty the Snowman.
Snow globe?
Stuff. Yeah, I use a snow globe. That's how I do my fortune telling.
You don't use the 8 ball?
No, absolutely not. Snow globe is so much better. More fun. You can watch it all rain down.
5G sucks. Like, everybody
depends on where you're at.
I thought it was going to be faster on my phone, but anytime my phone says 5G,
yeah, but look where you live.
Slower.
Look where you live. That's the
so
reason that it's slow. The reason that it's slow where you are is not because of the 5G. It's because of the internet that feeds it. The pipe is slow, not the network.
Yeah. Right. Well, and it's not really like a true 5G signal has to typically be pretty close to the receiver, right? Because it's
Well,
like
yeah,
such
it's
a
it's
fine.
right. It has shorter range, but that's so as that you can have more people on it. That means that the frequency won't propagate farther distance away and prevent you from using it a few miles away.
The,
What other questions you get?
we kind of got off subject a little bit, folks. Sorry, but I'm just, I appreciate a good debate. I appreciate looking at different perspectives is where I was going with that, because I think if we always agreed about everything all the time, there needs to be conflict. There needs to be resistance
Well, and,
sometimes
and, and
to get to things. But
I'm willing to announce anything that's the truth. So if somebody can prove something to me, I'll be more than happy. Send it to me. Prove it. If I'm wrong, prove it. That's how I've been my whole
yeah,
life.
I've noticed that with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're willing to look at different
anything and everything.
but
And the thing is I've been doing this for 14 years. I've looked at a lot of things. I've had a lot of people send me a lot of things. I pursued all this, chemtrails and stuff for years. Do people make rain? Yes, absolutely. But it's not nearly as prolific as people want to claim it is. People have a high humidity day and claim that it's contrary or claim that it's chemtrails. It's not. It's just high humidity and exhaust. If you go back to the exact same spot on a dry day, you'll never see that. Contrails are a good way to tell what the humidity is in the air.
is it usually a
What
higher
else?
KP index?
Not necessarily. It's just moisture.
Let's jump into China and Taiwan now, if we can. Have you been
Sure.
keeping track?
Of course. So we don't believe
You
that
think
China is actually going after Taiwan. We think that China,
Okay.
yeah. Well, there was a secret document leaked from in China and a speech. And there's a saying, sacrifice we to save Wei. And so we think that considering they are moving more, well, look at the ferries that they've built, the bridge ferries to be able to haul their weapon systems and get them ashore in Taiwan. If they were going to attack Taiwan, they would put those ferry terminals or those ferries near Taiwan. One would think. They're not. They're up near South Korea and Japan. So why would you have those on the Yellow Sea if you're trying to attack somebody in the China Sea?
So you think they're going to invade
South
Japan?
Korea and Japan.
Ooh.
That's where they moved.
Sneaky.
They moved
Okay.
They moved 1,400 armored personnel carriers to the shore there about 6 months ago. Why would you move 1,400 armored personnel carriers there if that's not where you're going?
Well, unless you want people to think you're going to go there when you really plan on going somewhere else.
But how
far away is it?
14, it's hundreds of miles.
Wow. Okay, so what a great way to get people to think you're going somewhere completely different, and then that could be no wonder Japan and China are having some serious conflicts publicly when they said they would protect Taiwan. So you see China going after South Korea first, and then
South Korea.
No.
We think North Korea is going to do the South Korean thing, but because of the election, and South Korea now has somewhat of a communist leader to it, it may be easier for them than what it would have been before. But from what we understand from the leaked documents, China wants to attack Japan and South Korea, and when those two countries surrender, they're going to take Taiwan without ever firing a shot.
Okay. And that'll be like the South Pacific bloc, basically?
Yeah.
Like usurped in? Or will it just be
they're just trying to take
CCP?
everything they can. China wants the United States. They're going to give Canada to Russia.
Wow. So you see Canada being annexed by Russia?
Yeah. Have you not seen the billboards that are in Russia that say that Alaska is actually part of Russia and we're going to take it back? They've got billboards in eastern Russia right now, just across the strait from Alaska, that say Alaska is part of America or part of Russia and we're going to take it back.
Wow. Yeah, well, I mean, they've wanted Alaska back for decades now.
Yeah, well, now they're moving more equipment into the area. They've got huge military bases that they're building over there.
So
just off of the string of islands in the Bering Sea.
Like what? Can you tell us?
They got nuclear submarines, nuclear missiles, tanks, troops. They got all kinds of stuff. They built huge facilities north of Japan.
Jeez.
And that'll do two things.
Are you seeing parallels?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Go
yeah,
ahead.
I'm surely seeing parallel deployment of Russian military assets. And this thing in Ukraine, they're using Ukraine as a test bed and to deplete the U.S. and Europe of weapons. See, we're not in a wartime economy. They are. China's in a wartime economy. Russia's in a wartime economy. And they're in wartime production. We are not. They're producing hundreds of thousands of shells a month. We're not. They're producing hundreds of drones a day. We're not. So it takes a while to go from a non-military economy or wartime economy to a full-blown wartime economy and production. The U.S. is great for production, but we've got to get it started. That's what Trump is doing right now. Correct, depleting assets.
So if we go back to pre-World War II, when I was saying parallels, I mean, do you see parallels with the planet politically, militarily, and what we're dealing with now? Parallels to pre-World War II and potentially
we're already in World War II. We already have more conflicts taking place around the world right now than we did during World War II.
Wow. Okay. When do you see everything going down?
It's already started. So we've already started with the conflicts in Ukraine. Now we've started with the conflict in Iran. So this is all part of a plan. This is a way to get U.S. assets away from China, U.S. assets away from Europe, and right around in the Middle East. And if there was ever a time that they wanted to take out our aircraft carriers, especially the Ford being in the Med, now would be a perfect time to do that because it's trapped. It either has to go through the Strait, down through the Red Sea, or it's got to go back out through the Strait of Gibraltar. There's only two exits. So that, I don't think, I mean, that's the quickest way to get the Ford to the theater and help protect Israel and be able to launch aircraft in a range. They don't have to do a lot of refueling. The carrier can operate out there in the Eastern Med, but that I don't like it with as many adversaries as we have around us. And for the fact that before we went in the other night, Turkey knew we were going in because Turkey put up 6 drones, actually 7 drones in total. They put up one just north of Syria, but Turkey put up 6 drones along the Med to track our aircraft and our ships. Because Turkey is a two-headed animal. You can't trust Turkey any farther you can throw the country.
I was going to ask you about Turkey. It does seem like they seem to be playing both sides.
Yeah, Turkey always plays both sides. Turkey does what's best for Turkey. That's what they do.
I got to say, it's a pretty wild time right now. So don't we have like 100 plus F-35s along the border
I think so. Yeah,
of
yeah.
Russia?
Yes.
You know?
No, well, I don't know about around the border of Russia. I haven't counted up the total number around the border of Russia. I could do that. I don't know if it's 100 around the border of Russia.
I mean, okay, like they're sending a bunch to Finland and other
Right,
nations
right,
that
but not all of
that
them are there yet. So orders and deliveries are two different animals.
What do you think of the F-35s?
I love the F-35. I like the F-22 also. I worked on the F-20.
I mean, that's a pretty big force of these jets, or let's say there's even 50 in and around Russia and the border. Would that be enough to stop Russia from invading?
No, because of the manpower they have. You gotta have manpower to go along with it. You can't win a war on air power alone. That's the big problem that people are seeing with what's going on right now. With what's going on in Iran, is we're going in with air power, but we're not putting any troops on the ground. So we're hoping that the Iranian people are going to stand up and take their country back.
Man, that would be ideal. I kind of feels like the Arab Spring a little bit, except for this time after the protests and during the protests, the U.S. military intervened substantially. I mean, there was probably a lot of alphabet agency stuff going on back during the Arab Spring, but now it seems like it's military and special forces and clandestine operations, right?
Well, we do have a lot of clandestine, and I will give you a little tidbit of information. The location of all of the leaders in Iran was discovered by the CIA, not by Mossad or Israel. We're the ones that knew all the leaders were there. Some people said that it was Iran or Israel that told Trump that they were there. That's not true. The U.S. Central Intelligence Agency knew they were there, tracked them there, and that's how we knew they were all there.
Wow, man. Be safe, everybody. There is a lot on the plate right now. And Lee, like what else you got for us, man? Please, I'm not even going to read the comments anymore because there's like 5 or 6 people in there that are just destroying it for everybody. And
yeah, well,
and mods, if somebody gets too out of line, I've been doing my best.
There's stupid people everywhere. We ban them. There's no sense.
Yeah, that's what they're throwing a fit about.
Right. You can't tolerate stupid people, folks. Stupid people will make you stupid. The more you listen to stupid people, the stupider you become. Proof of that is people that listen to Scott Ritter, people that listen to Colonel McGregor, you know, the people who are paid Russian shills, but yet thousands and thousands of people listen to them every single day. In fact, hundreds of thousands of people listen to them every day. And there's got to be somebody for everybody. There's people who are smart. There are people who are stupid. There are people who are smart enough to see when somebody is smart, and there's stupid people who are dumb enough not to be able to see the truth. So I just delete them. That's how I deal with it. I don't have time for stupid people.
I mean, there's a lot of smart people that get hoodwinked and confused and fooled as well. So unfortunately, I mean, that's the thing, folks. You got like propaganda is so powerful on both sides. And I have seen over the past 10 years a huge influx of, at least on the internet, where people seem to be like pro-Russia in America. And I think to myself, do you have any idea what would really happen if, like, do you really think that they have your best interests at heart, being an American? Like, do you think that Russia would come in with
hold on,
oh, we read your posts on the internet. You seemed very nice. Come on. Oh, like, I doubt it.
Hold on. I can't hear you.
Arab Negev.
I've got alarms.
Abu Tlul, Al-Fora, Kseife, Sawa, Arad, Marit, Masada,
Okay, what's going
Har
on right
Amasa,
now? We're live.
All
Bet
these
Yatir,
pins are live.
Ein Gedi, Bas,
Missile attacks.
Ein Gedi, Tel Arad, Kfar Hanokdim, Eli, Beruchin, Barkan, Migdalim, Elkanah, Ariel, Nofei Nehemiah, Rechelim, Gitit, Etz Ephraim, Kiryat Netafim, Oranit, Sha'arei Tikva, Revava, Kfar Tapuach, Yakir, Nofim, Immanuel, Alfei Menashe, Karnei Shomron, Mechora, Yitzhar, איתמר, ארגמן, צופים, הר ברכה, חמרה, קדומים, אילון מורה, בר-און אינדסטריאל זון, בקעות, רועי, חמדת,
Wajid,
שווה
thanks, Mark,
שומרון,
after calling me
משכיות,
disinformation.
חוות
Now you're
יאיר,
gonna say Mother
חוות
Russia
גלעד,
loves you, Rex.
ברקן אינדסטריאל פארק,
bud.
אריאל אינדסטריאל זון, רותם, נירית, סלעית, עינב.
What are they saying?
Those are all of the locations that there is missiles could be hitting right now. So they just sent out alert to all the places that the missiles are being fired toward.
דימונה אינדסטריאל זון, דימונה, קסר אל-סר, נבטים, ירוחם, תללים, משאבי שדה, ביר הדאז', רביבים, רתמים, ואדי אל-נעם, סאוף, שגב שלום, תל שבע, פדואל, עלי זהב, ראש העין, אפק and לב הארץ אינדסטריאל זון, כפר קאסם, אדנים,
he's just saying the
נווה
locations
ירק,
right now. Is that what he's doing?
Southern Sharon Regional
This
Center,
is a significant.
חגור,
Okay.
חורשים, כפר ברא, גני עם, אלישמע,
They're attacking in the
ג'לג'וליה,
north, so they're
ירחיב,
attacking in the north,
מתן,
central, and south.
שדה חמד,
And now
כפר
we've
סבא,
got sirens
נווה
going off. We
ימין,
got missiles going up
ניר
over here.
אליהו, אייל,
going up over
כוכב
here.
יאיר, צור יגאל, צור יצחק, צור נתן, אבני חפץ,
We got
ראש
missiles right
העין
here.
טריין סטיישן,
You got missiles
חולון,
coming up out of Tel Aviv. here. We
משמר
just had one
השבעה,
come up here.
אזור, גנות,
We got
חמד,
another one right here.
בני עטרות,
See the
מקווה
missiles?
ישראל, אור יהודה,
Yeah.
יהוד מונוסון, תל אביב, Southern City and Jaffa, תל אביב איסט, סביון, בארות יצחק, רמת גן איסט, מגשימים, נופך, רינתיה, קריית אונו, נחלים, מזור, תל אביב סנטר, גבעתיים, רמת גן
Yeah,
we
ווסט,
got
גני
sirens
תקווה,
all over.
מעש, נחשונים, בני
They're
ברק,
all live cams.
גבעת שמואל, גת רימון, כפר סירקין, עינת, תל אביב, ירקון בנקס, פתח תקווה,
You know, I mean,
גבעת
this is where
השלושה,
things get
רמת
real.
השרון,
And Haram,
הוד השרון,
Israel,
ירקונה,
just said-
הרצליה, סנטר
Ooh, I got
אל-גליל,
explosions.
הרצליה ווסט,
Missiles going up. Missiles going
גבעת
up right here.
חן,
See them?
רמות השבים, כפר מלל, כפר שמריהו,
Yes.
רעננה,
Yeah.
צופית,
These are air defense
רשפון,
missiles going up right
גן
there.
חיים, שדה וורבורג, בית ברל, ארסוף, בצרה, שפיים, פי גלילות
explosions.
קומפאונד, ראשון לציון איסט, ראשון לציון ווסט, בית דגן, בת ים,
this is a big
צפריה, מורשה סמטרי, מטולה,
What kind of missiles do you think they're using, Lee?
They're using Iron Dome.
No,
For
the Iranians.
Oh, you have no idea. They have several that they can choose from that'll reach Israel. So, all right, so that's cleared. Everything that's came in, they either shot down or didn't make it. Oh, we got more coming in. Another wave.
צאלים, גבולות, באר שבע איסט, תלמי אליהו, צוחר,
This is interesting.
Ohad.
Have you ever seen I
חצרים,
Goat?
באר שבע
I
ווסט,
can't
אומבטין,
hear you. I've got
עומר, עין
words
הבשור,
coming in.
לקיה, אופקים, חורה, אורים, פטיש,
Oh,
מסלול,
there's more.
מרחבים Educational Campus, גילת, פדויים, תפרח, אשל הנשיא, מיתר, רנן,
Oh,
ביתך,
yeah. This is a
כרמית,
heavy one.
כרמים, תראבין, גבעות בר, משמר הנגב, ברוש, תאשור, באר שבע נורת, באר שבע סאוף, דודאים סייט, על סייד, להבים, שני לבנה, רהט, סנסנה, תדהר, עידן הנגב אינדסטריאל זון, להב, תנה עומרים, מיתרים אינדסטריאל זון, אשכולות, שמעה, שובל, דביר, עשאל, שדה ניצן, מצפה שלם, בני נצרים, נווה, שלומית, יבול, אבשלום, דקל, יתד, תלמי יוסף,
I'd like to know
שדה
who
אברהם,
actually
פרי גן,
created that,
כרם שלום,
episode,
חולית,
Ted
Hold-
Goat,
סופה,
because-
ניר
Rex,
יצחק,
they're still reading.
מבטחים,
You can't hear it.
עמיעוז, ישע,
Okay, copy
מגן,
Yeah, give me a second.
סוסיה, מעון, כרמל, עין בוקק, רותם אינדסטריאל זון, נווה זוהר, Dead Sea Hotels, עתניאל, מעלה חבר, בית חגי, Dead Sea Hotels Center, קריית ארבע, Jerusalem South, חברון Jewish Settlement,
So, folks, we're looking
שומריה,
at live
נטע,
fire
נגוהות,
right now
אדוריים,
on the webcams over
בית
Israel.
הערבה, מצפה
And we've
יריחו,
got Lee Wilbarger
ורד
from KLW
יריחו,
World
אלון,
News.
נתיב
You can
הגדוד,
follow him on Rumble
גילגל,
and YouTube.
מבואות ג'ריקו, נעמה, רימונים, ייטב, נערן, ביתר עילית, Jerusalem East, רעים,
So the person that said the Middle East is not your problem, tell that to the 3 dead people and the 14 wounded people in Austin, Texas. They'd love to hear that the Middle East is not your problem. They didn't think the Middle East was their problem either. Okay, Rex, I'm back. They've stopped sending out warnings.
Okay. I was just mentioning there's a video called Pet Goat or I Pet Goat or something like that, which has kind of created a cult following because it's very symbolic. It's just a few minutes and it's an animated short film, and it kind of incorporates a lot of the esoteric with events that some people think were connected potentially.
טירת יהודה,
I would be
חבר
interested to know
מודיעין
who
אינדסטריאל
actually
זון, ברקת,
created
עופרים,
that
גבעת כוח,
film, that short
בית
film,
אריה,
because
אלעד,
if it is
בני
prophetic,
ציון,
and if there
רמת
was inc-
הכובש,
if
טירה,
there was,
חרוצים,
I'm saying clearly if there was,
משמרת, חירות,
then it'd
אחיעזר,
be interesting to know who
זיתן,
produced it. So you
יגל,
say, oh, that person
כפר
had
טרומן,
potentially insider
כפר
information.
חב"ד, איירפורט
But,
סיטי, בית
anyway,
עריף,
so it's just
שוהם,
it's a few minutes. You should watch
Abu
it
Krinat,
sometime, and then it'd be
Abu
interesting to
Tlul,
get your feedback on it.
כסייפה,
And folks,
Sawa,
Lee
Mar'i.
doesn't really get into the woo much. He doesn't get into the paranormal much. He's pretty much nuts and bolts kind of guy. So
Facts.
that's you know, and
Talmei
that's one of the
Elazar.
things that I like when I talk to Lee is I don't get any of that. I just get, you know, I get what he thinks and what he sees and what he knows, and we stick to the, as he says, the facts or the nuts and bolts. So I myself personally,
ערערה
I can
בנגב,
see a lot of
תל
esoteric
ערד,
stuff that a lot of people don't pick up on, and you know that's just my own
אלקנה,
mind recognition.
עץ
I'm
אפרים,
definitely
אורנית, שערי
a
תקווה,
spiritual person as
נירית,
well, but I like to
אלפי
have
מנשה,
friends from all different sides and walks of life. So I think that maybe that's why Lee and I get along pretty good. Is kind of like opposites attract in that regard. But anyway, so Lee, man, this is crazy what's going on right now, man. This is, but you foresaw this.
Yes. Yep.
You're gonna see robots next. Do you think robots are gonna be on the battlefield?
Do what? I got
ברוכים, ברקן,
rockets flying
אריאל,
by. I've
קריית
got missiles
נטפים,
flying up. I
רבבה,
got missiles right here.
יקיר, נופים, עמנואל, קרני שומרון, צופים,
I've got more
חוות
sirens
יאיר,
going off.
ברקן אינדסטריאל פארק, אריאל אינדסטריאל זון,
Okay, so we've got,
חולון,
we've got stuff.
עזור, בני
Saw those
עטרות,
robots that were doing
מקווה
backflips
ישראל,
in China.
אור יהודה,
Ooh,
יהוד
got an
מונוסון,
explosion here just
תל
yet.
אביב, Southern
Just
City and
yet.
Jaffa, תל אביב
Yeah, this is a
East,
major attack.
סביון, בארות יצחק, רמת גן איסט, קריית אונו, תל אביב סנטר, גבעתיים, רמת גן ווסט, מעש, בני ברק, גבעת שמואל, גת רימון, כפר סירקין, תל אביב, ירקון בנקס, פתח תקווה, גבעת השלושה, רמת השרון, הרצליה סנטר וגליל ים, אלישמע, הרצליה ווסט, גבעת חן, כפר שמריהו, רעננה, בית ברל, אייל, ראשון לציון איסט, ראשון לציון ווסט, בת ים, ראש העין, כפר קאסם, הוד השרון, כפר סבא, ואדי אל נעם,
And he's still
south,
calling out locations, isn't he?
Say-
Yeah,
Negev
yeah.
Shalom.
This is
Alfora.
major here.
נבטים,
You
תל
should,
שבע,
you should go over and
Arad,
pull it off of my
Har
YouTube
Amasa.
stream.
בית יתיר,
So you get
כפר
a clean
הנוקדים,
stream of it.
רחובות,
There-
ישרש,
This is a major
עיינות,
attack
right
on
now.
Israel.
בית עובד,
Major attack.
נס ציונה,
Over 100
נצר
locations.
סרני, רמלה, נשר אינדסטריאל זון, רמלה, בית חנן, אירוס,
There were-
באר
See,
יעקב, אחי
this is
סמך,
what I'm concerned
גמזו,
about, is
פלמחים,
like, this
נטעים,
could
כפר
potentially
דניאל,
become
גן
a
סורק,
biblical
ניר
war,
צבי,
because
לוד,
you've got,
בן שמן,
you know, two
פלמחים
different
אינדסטריאל
sides
פארק,
that
צריפין
strongly believe
אינדסטריז,
in what they believe
גינטון,
in,
בן
and
שמן יות'
they-
וילג',
it's almost
חדיד,
like
בית
they want
נחמיה,
to make it biblical.
נאות קדומים,
Actually, we knew this was coming 4
Yavne.
hours ago, not 20 minutes ago. We knew this was coming 4 hours ago. We got the announcement from the Iranian public information officer who said that the largest attack in Iran's history was about to be carried out against Israel. They announced it 4 hours ago. So we've been waiting on that.
They're going to run out of hardware.
Yeah, well, they've got thousands. There's
Iran.
more. I don't know if you're seeing that. If you can get all 4 of my screens, I don't know why the resolution of your system is making my images so fuzzy. We stream in 1080 and in 4K. So not sure why coming through here it's bad, but if people want to see actually what the stream looks like, they can go over to my stream and see it. Just keep in mind, if you go over there and you're an asshole, my mods will ban you.
And you're at KLW News
World
or
News.
KLW World News?
We are at KLW News.
Okay. And you're live streaming right now on YouTube also?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So people can go over there and see that it's
There you go,
clear.
folks. Get a better resolution over there. When I pull up the one image of just the location via maps, it comes in okay, but the video images, the webcam images are definitely.
Well, there's so many different images feeds I've got coming in that it's hard to switch them in the software to get them to you as fast as the missiles are going up. I can do it with my switcher, but that's not letting me change that. Actually, I could rebroadcast what I'm broadcasting to you up on the screen and switch between those and do it that way.
Are you in Florida right now?
Yeah, I'm in Florida. I'm in Fort Lauderdale.
How's it going out there?
Loving it. Got good friends down here. We're building
Nice.
out the KLW World News Network. We're putting 3 transmitters up in Florida just for the KLW Worldwide Network, the HFGCS. The KLW World News Network is growing by the day. More people signing up. So, doing well. Yeah, there's stuff blowing up, Charles. We've done it here a couple times. I just can't get it to Rex fast enough for him to see it. But if you go watch my stream, rewind and see it.
Yeah. Well, man, I appreciate you, Lee. Thanks for spending some time with me on here, and apologies for all of the aggressive comments in the chat.
That's their problem, not mine.
Yeah. People are passionate, man. People are passionate. They're upset. They're scared, and people are very outspoken sometimes. And I appreciate that. I would just ask that if you're going to come into the chat and, at least use constructive criticism. Don't just leave rude comments, please.
Somebody's wanting to know why you didn't ask me anything about an elementary school. I'm going to be honest. He probably didn't ask me anything about elementary schools because I don't know anything about an elementary school. I don't know what you're talking about. What were you supposed to ask me about an elementary
Allegedly,
school?
there was a school that got hit in Iran. I think that's what
I
we're
haven't
talking
seen
about.
it. I haven't seen it. I have not seen a school get hit.
Man,
in
that
Iran.
would really suck, wouldn't it?
Well, if it does, I'll
happened?
report it. I don't care on the reporting. I appreciate. I report whatever the truth is, folks. Some people can't handle the truth. Well, that's their problem. But I have not seen. Trust me, if a school got hit in Iran by anybody, I would be covering it. I have not seen it. So if it gets hit, I'll be sure to cover it. I'm not on anybody's side here. I'm just here to tell you the truth.
Here it is. This is I think what they're referring to. I'll just pull it up because it's available.
Somebody said they think it's a misfired missile, and that's true. That could be true too. That happens all the time.
Look at this. Even BBC picked up on it.
Okay, I haven't seen it
that
yet.
Sucks, man.
I don't watch the BBC because they put out too much false information.
The
BBC will run with all kinds of shit.
The Guardian.
Right there. That's another
The
outlet
Guardian
that'll run with stuff. You got to remember, a lot of folks run with a story before it's proven, and then you'll never see the retraction. So that's and it probably wasn't U.S.
Man, that sucks. That's the worst. Like, oh, man. That really
but
sucks.
Russia is bombing buildings like that every fucking day, but nobody says a word about it. They're bombing hospitals, nurseries, kindergartens, schools, houses, maternity wards. Russia does it to Ukraine every day, but yet people get their panties in a wad over this, but they don't say nothing about what's going on in Ukraine.
It's all terrible. It's all of it, man. All of the above. And that's why I said earlier, like, war sucks. War absolutely sucks. And it seems like it's a part of human civilization, because how many thousands of years have people been fighting each other?
Ukraine does not attack hospitals. Ukraine, I'm responding to your chat. Ukraine does not attack hospitals. Ukraine does not attack churches. Ukraine does not attack public facility. Ukraine does not attack apartment building. There's a big difference between what Ukraine is doing in this war and what Russia is doing in this war. I've been to Ukraine. I've fought in this war. I know exactly what Russia does. No, the U.S. Democrats got billions of dollars. You should study the kickback of what the U.S. did to Ukraine. So is that the U.S. would give Ukraine weapons, but then they would request that certain companies were the only companies that could carry the weapons. Biden got over $97 million in kickbacks from Ukraine. You guys need to study what actually happened in Ukraine. Obviously, there's many in here who know nothing about it.
But they know everything, Lee.
Yeah, they do.
Come on, they know everything. Anyway, folks, I didn't want to do this podcast to stir the pot and get people upset. I wanted to do this podcast to bring the latest information and everything that we know. And Lee does have his finger on the pulse in many aspects. And I don't want to turn this into a pissing match with everybody, folks. So, like, go outside, take a deep breath. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to need a deep breath after this. I'm going to need to go on a freaking bike ride after this, because gosh, these comments are winding me up, and I'm doing my best to be agnostic and neutral on this, but I don't like seeing people upset. I don't like reading reports about death and destruction. This is terrible.
I've been to Ukraine. I know
what do we do what do we do as a civilization to stop this? What can we do? Well, just remember, humankind. Hugh, the sound of God. Man, manifest kind. Manifest kindness. Be good stewards of the planet. Do the best you can, and don't worry about the things you can't worry about. And if you want to know about stuff that isn't being reported in the mainstream news, watch Leak Project, watch KLW World News. And I need to go on a bike ride now, Lee. So I appreciate
have fun, buddy.
Time, and I hope you're not. I hope you're not upset from all these comments.
No, I'm used to the.
I think I'm more upset than you are.
I'm used to the guys in your chat who don't know history and attack me every time I come here. Not all of your followers, but you do have a collection of people who don't have a fucking clue. So I'm used to it.
I've got, it's interesting because I have a collection of people that think the same about me as they're saying about you.
That's right. Anyway. It's probably the same people, Rex. It's probably the same people.
Might be, but right. I just one thing I do think that if somebody disagrees with us, it doesn't mean. I mean, they could be extremely smart. They could just
provide proof.
I might be wrong.
Proof. That's all I ask for. Prove it.
But
that's all I ask.
When I
get
things wrong, and I'll tell you. And,
yep. And anytime I ever get anything wrong, I'm the first person to admit it on the show. In fact, the AI that we have programmed, the KLW World News has programmed. I have my own AI assistant. That AI assistant is programmed that anytime I say anything wrong during a live stream, that AI is to call me out. Additionally, if the AI is programmed that at any time when the show ends and we go off the air, the AI then brings up anything that it didn't bring up. So if the AI was in silent mode and couldn't speak when I said something that was inaccurate, at the end of the show, the AI tells me what I got wrong during the show, and then makes a file of that. And at the beginning of the next show, we put out a retraction to say that what I said was inaccurate. If I said a wrong number, if I said a wrong place, anything I said wrong, we're actually programmed to correct ourselves if we ever do get anything wrong. And that's all we intend to do, is tell you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as we can prove it. So, if anybody's got anything that they say I have got wrong, then send me the information to prove I'm wrong, and we'll put it on the air. If it's good evidence.
Now, who decides if it's good evidence, Lee?
Well, I'm not going to take something that comes from someone who's been proven wrong and knows nothing about it. So Pee Wee Herman's not going to tell me about brain surgery.
Hey, how do you know? Maybe he was a surgeon in a previous.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Probably not. Oh man. All right. Well,
and I'm not talking. I'm not talking down to listeners. I'm talking to the idiots in here that have been talking shit about me for the last hour. So if you're one of those, well then, oh well. If you're not, then I wasn't talking to you.
Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. I got a soundtrack in my head now. What's that song from? Dun 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 dun. Oh yeah, Star Wars, right?
Yep,
that's Is that Star Wars or Indiana Jones?
No, that's not Indiana Jones.
Folks,
that's your attempt at Star Wars.
It's my attempt at Star. I love Star Wars. I love Star Wars. Folks, be kind. Rewind. And thank you very much, everybody, for being here. Really appreciate you all. And even the trolls in the chat, like there's probably a heart in there somewhere. I know some of the trolls definitely have a heart, but there was a few comments that just, anyway, a little over the top. I mean, come on.
Well, somebody says, how do you know what's going on in Ukraine or Russia is doing or not unless you go there and see it for yourselves? I did go there. I was in Ukraine. I was on the front lines in Ukraine. That's proven.
He was. I saw the photos. I've seen the photos.
So, when it comes to Ukraine, I can talk about that war. I've been involved in it since August of 2014. And I was on the battlefield in January of 2015. I even predicted the second invasion of Russia 4 years ago. And I predicted it months in advance. And when it came down to the last 72 hours, I said they will go in the next 72 hours. And 48 hours later, they went across the border. In fact, we had 274 video cameras streaming it live. That's right. You don't know because you haven't been there. That's why you need to listen to people who have been. But so many people don't want to do that.
Man, I wonder if can you go to Ukraine right now as an American? If you're not CIA?
Can you go where?
I said, could you go to Ukraine right now if you're an American?
Sure, you can go to
if you're
Ukraine
not CIA.
right now. If you're not ready. Hey, and Marine, you're entitled to your opinion. I don't know what it is, but opinions
John,
are like assholes.
For your service.
Everybody's got one. Absolutely, thank you for your service. Semper Fi.
Yeah, man. One of my best friends is Marine, and we've been friends since middle school. And he's a good dude. He is a good dude. He served, and he is a tough dude too. That guy he's tough as nails. But anyway, man, yeah, everybody's passionate. Everybody has the right to an opinion. Just please do me a favor. If you're going to jump on and leave your opinions in the chat, make them constructive. Don't just make them insults, and it'd be better for everybody. So we want to keep it free as possible in the chat, where if you want to leave a comment, you're more than welcome to do that. But it gets to a point where like it becomes too much sometimes, and just keep that in mind, folks. And on that note, seriously, really appreciate you all, and Godspeed. May the force be with you. Be excellent to each other, everybody, and be the change you want to see. Thanks, Lee. I really want to talk to you again soon.
Anytime, buddy. You're welcome to call anytime you want. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Next time I go out to Area 51, I'll take you with me again.
Oh, that'd be great. Folks, Lee and I had a blast at Area 51. You can actually watch those. If you want to see like the the nicer side of Lee. You should watch those videos where we're at Area 51 and he's not in war mode, because Lee.
Yeah, I'm
Lee's
not
a
getting
fun guy to
trashed
hang
in
out
your
with.
stream.
Yeah, that's gonna piss anybody off. Like,
Right.
imagine. Let's reverse.
Alarm.
Let's reverse the positions.
Wadi
here for a minute.
al-Na'am
Imagine you're the
South.
person in the
Abu
chat
Krinat.
talking, and then everybody
Ar
else.
Ara Banegev.
And then you're
Abu
reading the
Tlul.
comments as you're giving
Segev Shalom.
giving your side of things, and what you
Se'elim.
know is going on,
Be'er
and what you see is
Sheva
going on,
East.
and then getting attacked. It would
Nevatim.
probably you
Ksefer.
might
Tel
be
Sheva.
even more upset.
Sawa.
than Lee. I think he's doing
Hatzirim.
a
Be'er
fairly
Sheva
decent
West.
job.
Umbetin.
Keeping
Omer.
his cool.
Marit.
Doing a better job than
Lakia.
I would be.
Ofakim.
So,
Chura.
yeah. Anyway, and it looks like there's
Merchavim
over 100
Educational
people who've already
Campus.
left this chat and
Gilat.
jumped on over to your
Peduim.
stream since
Tifrach.
we've told them
Eshel
to,
Hanasi.
so.
Meitar. Karmit.
Check us out, Area
Kranim.
51.
Tarabin.
Folks. You'd be glad you did. We're alien
Giv'ot
hunters.
Bar. Har Amasa.
Extraterrestrials.
Mishmar HaNegev.
Thanks, Lee.
Lehavim.
Talk to you soon, man.
Shani.
All right,
Livne.
take care, buddy.
San Sana.
Have a great day.
Idan
Thanks,
HaNegev
everybody.
Industrial Zone.
Have a beautiful day.
Lahav. Tene Omarim. Meitarim Industrial Zone. Be'er Sheva North. Be'er Sheva South. Dudaim Site. Asael. Al Said. Tel Arad. Eshkolot. Alfora. Arad. Urim. Patish. Maslul. Masada. Renan. Bitcha. Barosh. Teashur. Rahat. Bet Yatir. Tidhar. Shibolim. Shim'a. Susia. Shoval. Devir. Maon. Shomria. Carmel. Otniel. Neta. Ma'ale Chever. Nigohot. Bet Chagai. Bnei Dekalim. Shekef. Eliav. Kiryat Arba. Karmei Katif. Adura. Chevron Jewish Settlement. Adoraim. Kfar Hanokdim. Netivot. Gevulot. Dimona Industrial Zone. Dimona. Kasser El Ser. Sede Nitzan. Talmei Eliyahu. Tzohar. Ohad. Be'eri. Alumim. Zimrat. Shuva. Tekuma. Zerua. Nachal Oz. Saad. Nir Akiva. Shavei Darom. Kfar Aza. Yachini. Nir Moshe. Mefalsim. Rochama. Sderot Ibim. Dorot. Nir-Am Shooting Range. Nir-Am. Erez. Or Haner. Beror Chayo. Tilamim. Netiv Ha'asara. Yad Mordechai. Gevaram. Zikim. Karmia. Gevim. Sapir College. Zikim Beach. En Bokek.
All right, looks like we've got most of those out of the way. But again, the Iranians said this is going to be the largest military action against Israel in Iran's history. And the great part about this is every time the Iranians launch a missile, they're showing the Americans the launch site. Two clips of what's claimed to be fragmentation missiles into central Israel. All right, I got to take this call. I'll be back. All right, folks, just got off the phone with Rex. Again, one of my best friends in the world. We have had a lot of attacks against Israel. It's going to continue to go through the night, it appears to me, because the Iranians have said that they are going to attack harder than they have ever attacked in their history. What's the connection with Rex? Rex is a good friend of mine. We used to be somewhat neighbors, and we've done a lot of shows together. So, and we're friends. So I'm always happy to do a show over there. Of course, he has a collection of trolls over there that hate my guts, but that's their problem, not mine. So welcome aboard, Heavens. We give you the straight shot over here. Real news, real time, no BS. So we're going to continue to monitor this. Mark has sent us some. Oh, I wanted to play this. This is in regards to.
According to President Trump, the United States. According to President Trump.
This is in regard to the U.S. sinking 9 Iranian naval vessels.
According to President Trump, the United States sunk 9 Iranian Navy vessels. The president posted to Truth Social just now saying, "I have just been informed that we have destroyed and sunk 9 Iranian naval vessels, some of them relatively large and important. We are going after the rest. They will soon be floating at the bottom of the sea also." In a different attack, the president goes on to say, "We largely destroyed their naval headquarters. Other than that, their Navy is doing very well." Again, that was a statement from President Trump posted to Truth Social. We'll continue to keep you posted as we follow developments out of the Middle East.
So there you go. Explosions were reported across the Gulf, including Dubai, Kuwait, and other UAE cities, as Iran continues to launch missiles and drones and attacks in response to U.S. and Israeli strikes. Multiple emergency crews are responding to a mass stabbing with gunfire reported on I-95 near Washington, D.C. At least 4 people were stabbed on the Beltway, and the suspect has been subdued. I told you guys. Mark, I don't know if that's a fragmentation. Well, could be. Then again. Yes, the Ayatollah's son has been killed. Hey, thank you for the donation there. Greatly appreciate it. Ah, that's towards the box. Okay, thank you very much. Well, a lot of sleeper cells will act without an order. But the fact that we've got 2 attacks in 24 hours here, yeah, I can see why you'd say that. Yeah, they're peaceful. They want their adversaries in pieces. All right, so what else we got? So the Pentagon has now confirmed that Iran has launched ballistic missiles at the aircraft carrier, the USS Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln, but writes that the missiles were launched but didn't even come close. Oh, wow. We've got video of the guy opening fire at the bar in Austin, Texas, but I can't show that. Guy was born in Senegal, not even an American. Killed 3, injured 14 others. It blew up in the water. I love it. It didn't even hit in Israel.
Hostile aircraft intrusion.
Rajar. Metula. Kfar Yuval.
Wow, the besieged base in Tehran has been obliterated. Wow, the Iranians have even fired missiles at Cyprus. Yeah, we're getting imagery of the Iranian vessels that have been sunk.
I'm not happy about the whole thing. I don't think this was in America's interest. It's going to uncork a significant can of worms and chaos and destruction in Iran now. Who takes over? You still have tens, hundreds of thousands.
Oh, he's pissed off because he's not going to be. That's Eric Prince from Blackwater, Negro Agua. People are now arguing that the Chinese radar system that is claimed to be able to detect F-22s and F-35s and stealth aircraft, they're claiming that we know that the Chinese radars are detecting these aircraft because every time one of these aircraft show up, the Chinese radar explodes. So there's a correlation there. The Iranians have attacked a food, what do they call that? A food factory in Qatar. All right, let's see what questions we got from you guys. Yep, correct. I was right again. It was a tanker that they hit. It was their own. You're absolutely right about that. Yeah, none of their ships are no longer on the surface. Correct. They have 9 new submarines, just converted today, courtesy of the U.S. Navy. Those ships were reef cycled. Anybody else? Anything else? You got questions? Put them in the chat. Is there anybody still here from Rex's channel that came over because they saw me on Rex's channel? Yes, there's a mass stabbing in Washington, D.C. Also, shots fired. I haven't checked it yet, Charlie. I've been live and on another live stream. I'm going to get that battery for you. I do a live show every night at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 Central, 7 Mountain, 6 Pacific. All right, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. See, there are a few that came over. Anytime. Like I said, Rex and I have been friends for a long time. So I don't care what some of his followers say about me. It makes no difference to me whatsoever. They're nobodies in my book. Anybody that wants to trash somebody and they don't even know anything about them or what they're saying, well, that's their problem, not mine. Most of his followers are good. But just like everybody else, you got a couple bad apples everywhere. We just ban them here. We deal with it differently. Yeah, everybody needs to know about what's going on in Israel. Everybody needs to know what's going on over in the Middle East. Like the guy that said, it's not my problem. Okay, well, tell the 3 dead people in Austin that it's not your problem, because that's where they came from. All right, thank you, Heaven's Eyes. Appreciate it. Oh, I don't let them bother me. I just rub their nose in it. Yeah, it doesn't bother me. I don't give a damn one way or the other what they say. I'm just going to tell them off in the meantime. And that's what needs to happen. They need to be told off. Go fuck yourself. You have no idea what you're talking about. Get the fuck out of here. They should be banned. Until people do something against that behavior is going to persist. Noah talks about Iran packing U.S. airports to destabilize. That's not going to work very well. Yeah, that's not going to work very well. The U.S. law enforcement is going to eat them alive. they try to destabilize U.S. airports. You're playing with federal boys now. They're not going to tolerate a bunch of bullshit. Well, they could try to do that in the Middle East. It's not going to work very well in the Middle East either because um, the Middle East, they're not going to tolerate that shit either. Did Iran name a new leader? Yes, I heard that Iran named a new leader, and I also heard, I haven't verified it yet, that he's already been killed. Correct. Iran did try to hit Cyprus with 2 missiles. I've got multiple reports on that now, including from Ministry of Defense. So yes, the Iranians did try to hit Cyprus. That's a big mistake. Iran is not making any friends right now at all. The eastern side of Cyprus. Dog's not happy. Wow, this is supposed to be ultra low latency, and that's how long it took to come through? Holy mackerel. The UK part of Cyprus. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I've never been to Cyprus, so I can't really tell you a whole lot about it. I hear Trump has agreed to talk to Iranian leaders. I didn't know that Trump could talk to people in the afterlife. Yes, the ships that got hit were in the Strait of Hormuz. The Greek side. The geek side. Howdy, Ontario. They sink faster, Fireboy. Let's see what we've got here. I don't want to pull it off there. Here.
Now, national security analyst and senior fellow at the Lexington Institute, Rebecca Grant, is here with us. Rebecca, great to see you.
Good to be here. Thank you.
Next 24 hours, what do you think the most critical mission is for both the United States and the Israelis to continue to counter these strikes that are still coming from Iran?
Exactly. Understand the U.S. military is playing offense and continuing to work that Iran target set, but they are also playing defense. The Combined Air Operations Center has a great cell coordinating air and missile defense. Luckily, Israel falls under that same unified command plan. We've got assets spread from the Eastern Med all the way to the North Arabian Gulf. I'm talking Aegis destroyers, SM-3 missiles, Patriot THAADs. But above it all, the U.S. Space Force, they're the first to see the alerts of these launches and begin to form that target track.
This is going to take weeks,
the
if not
most
months.
serious anti-missile and drone campaign, most serious and sustained, that we've seen from our U.S. military forces. They're doing a fantastic job, and I'm thinking about all those men and women out there right now.
Absolutely. I'm curious, Rebecca, your thoughts on this comment the president made about communication with remaining leadership in Iran right now. And then as we came to you just moments ago, he was speaking directly to the remaining, members of the military, as well as any remaining members of the IRGC, of course, too.
What do you mean you got buffering?
Yes, exactly.
This is on YouTube.
Well, it's two things. One, the military, if you're out there with your missile launcher, you just became a target.
Right.
And that means certain death, right? With the government, I don't know. That's hard to rate. Iran always seems to be ready to talk. You would think that it is time for them to get their act together and knock this off. But what I'm looking for is for these missile and drone attacks, not only towards U.S. bases, but on the Gulf states, on Israel as well. That's got to stop. I don't really want to know about talking from Iran's government until they stop shooting at our people.
And Rebecca, we have the Abraham Accords, of course, and we were waiting to see if Saudi Arabia is going to join on to that, if what the future of that looks like. I would have to imagine that these attacks from Iran on countries like you.
And that so publicly, Operation Epic Fury and Iran's response is going to drive those Gulf states and the Saudis much, much closer together. I think the outcome of this down the road is not only a new day for Iran, but great momentum for the Abraham Accords as they do band together and push back against these threats that are going on civilian targets on their own people.
Very curious about your thoughts. What is China thinking this morning, and even Russia?
Oh, absolutely. And, China usually has a couple of warships sitting down there off the Strait of Hormuz. They just did exercises with the Russians and the Iranians. Xi Jinping, who just fired a whole bunch of his own generals, has got to be thinking, wow, look what the United States can do. I mean, 900 strikes, aim points taken out, the incredible, I think most of all, this ability of U.S. forces to play offense and defense together. That's a 2,000-mile arc almost on that map.
Yeah.
You can transfer right over to the Pacific. China should be deterred and scared.
And we're still using just a fraction of our military capacity right now to operate on this level. No ground troops involved at all at this point. And it's an impressive show of force from the U.S. military. Rebecca, great to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back in a moment.
Hi, I'm Ed Henry. I've worked at a lot of news networks, but I love Newsmax the most because we really are real news for real people. It's not just a slogan. We actually believe in the power of the people.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. 300,000, 2 million, 86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-428-1369. He tells it like it is, with decades covering Washington and the really big stories. Ed Henry cuts through the noise and gives you the facts you need to know. Watch Ed on The Briefing tonight on Newsmax 2.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Right now, where the president has been, really, it's been operationally the focus, the key operational command center for the president of the last 48 hours here, where Susie Wiles, Marco Rubio, surrounded by the rank and file in his administration, advising him over these critical last 48 hours.
Yeah, you think about what Mar-a-Lago has become, you know, a lot of the operations for the raid in Venezuela were carried out from Mar-a-Lago. It really has become a command post for President Trump. And we all knew he was going down there this weekend after he was in Texas and Corpus Christi Friday afternoon. Part of me, Shannon, thinks it's not going to happen when President Trump is in Mar-a-Lago. And on the other hand, I was like, hey, well, the raid on Maduro happened while he was there. And it just shows you, no matter where President Trump is, he's in full command. We also saw the pictures of J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard and other cabinet officials hunkered down in the Situation Room in Washington, D.C., or a Situation Room. I don't think it was the Situation Room. But everyone's been in contact on this, and you really see the maturity, and I mean that not in terms of age, obviously, but in terms of ability, what President Trump has working for him with his administration right now.
And to your point, he was supposed to be at Mar-a-Lago. We know that this, attack, the timeline for it was moved up because the intelligence proved that the time
All right, from
was
my
now.
understanding,
So curious whether
nine
the
new
president
reefs
had intended to even be at Mar-a-Lago, but nonetheless, this makeshift war room set up quickly.
Let's get out to Mike Carter now, who joins us from West Palm Beach, right across Lake Worth there, from Mar-a-Lago with the latest on President Trump, who is scheduled to head back, I believe, to Washington tonight. Mike, is that still on schedule?
Yeah, John, we just got a pool note from the White House press pool saying they've arrived at Mar-a-Lago. They're currently being swept by Secret Service. This, from past experience, typically means that the president is preparing to leave and depart to head back to Washington within the next couple of hours. No hard time as of yet for when the president is leaving, and obviously the president has been monitoring the ongoing situation in Iran and throughout the Middle East for much of the last 48 hours. But you mentioned Vice President J.D. Vance, John. The Vice President gave an interview to the Washington Post on Thursday last week before strikes on Iran took place, and this is what he said to the Washington Post. The idea that we're going to be in a Middle Eastern war for years with no end in sight, there is no chance that that will happen. Well, Vance, who watched Saturday morning strikes from the Situation Room in Washington with members of the president's cabinet, noting in that WAPO piece that Operation Midnight Hammer in Iran last year and the January capture of Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela were, quote, very clearly defined. But last night, President Trump stating that the heavy and pinpoint bombing in Iran will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Well, to that, today, Arizona Senator, Democrat Mark Kelly, commenting on the apparent contrasting narratives out of the White House.
President Trump passed a very dangerous red line. And of course, as a national...
I think we have that soundbite from Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. If we do, we'd like to play it because it does show where he and other Democrats feel. And it looks like we don't have that. But Mark Kelly essentially saying today, guys, that J.D. Vance is saying one thing and the president is saying another as to how long they might be involved in this war with Iran. Well, today, the IDF also reporting that that all senior terrorist leaders of Iran's axis of terror have been eliminated. A senior White House official saying today that the potential new leadership in Iran has already contacted the White House and said they want to speak with President Trump. The president says he does plan to talk with Iran's replacement government soon, but for now, Operation Epic Fury continues nonetheless. Finally, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he was in the room with President Trump when he ordered those strikes on Iran Saturday morning. Rubio's canceled a planned trip to Israel this week following the death of the Ayatollah. The canceled trip highlighting comments from the Secretary of State earlier this month about how quickly the world is changing in the age of Trump.
Very dangerous red line. And of course, as a national sovereign country, we have to.
All right. Obviously, that's not Marco Rubio, I don't think. U.S. CENTCOM reporting today 1,000 U.S. strikes have taken place, and the president in a Truth Social post this afternoon saying that 9 of those strikes have taken place on Iranian naval ships. The U.S. has also struck Iranian Navy's headquarters. President Trump says, other than that, their Navy is doing very well. So President obviously happy with how things are going thus far with these strikes in Iran. President Trump says Operation Epic Fury is ahead of schedule, and we'll wait to see if the president speaks to reporters when he boards Air Force One later this evening. Guys?
It reminds me of that saying, other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln, when it comes to 9 Iranian vessels being sank? And it's true what Mike says. I mean, Democrats are trying to exploit this politically every which way, and they look absolutely ridiculous doing so. Ilhan Omar being one of them, Mark Kelly is another one. Adam Schiff has also made a fool of himself today without even really getting a full assessment. They haven't been briefed on what's taking place, and they fall back to their default position of whatever President Trump does is wrong. They can't find any nuance in the situation, the exception being John Fetterman. There are a few other moderate Democrats who have at least said we want to be briefed. We're happy that the Ayatollah has been eliminated, but so difficult for Democrats to give the Trump administration any credit whatsoever. We're not in a forever war. We have zero, well, there usually are some boots on the ground when you launch these types of airstrikes. But we don't have a prolonged military invasion of Iran. We don't have a prolonged military conflict going on with Venezuela. It is a new type of warfare that President Trump is conducting. And so far, it seems successful. When your end goal is just winning the initiative and not making sure everyone is enriched in the military-industrial conflict, maybe it's pretty easy to win these wars. I don't know. Let's find out. We see Air Force One also on the ground there at the tarmac at Palm Beach International Airport, where President Trump will be boarding very soon to head home or head to Washington, D.C. anyway. Let's bring in now the CEO of Aish Global, Rabbi Stephen Berg, who joins us live now from Jerusalem. Rabbi, great to see you as always.
Good to see you.
Well, it is a tense night, obviously. We don't often see Jerusalem hit, but today we did see the suburbs struck with a ballistic missile, and sadly we lost 9 Israelis who were inside a bunker of a synagogue there. Give us your thoughts on that. And we knew this was not going to be, and if this were to happen, there would be casualties. But give us your thoughts on the mindset of the Israelis right now.
Well, this was very, very tough. You know, I have family that live in Beit Shemesh. Much of our staff lives in Beit Shemesh. It is literally a suburb of Jerusalem where so many people live. And, you know, when you use the word bunker, like every single home has a reinforced room that people go to, and generally they feel safe, but they can't stop the right hit. So a lot of sadness, but also there's a lot of resolve. But we understand post-October 7th, that the Hamas and Hezbollah were puppets, and there was a puppet master. And Iran, since the late 70s, has been the puppet master. And we're so grateful the United States joining with us and finally putting an end to the world sponsor of evil and terrorism. So, like I said, there's sadness, but there's tremendous resolve to see this through and finally, once and for all, stop this evil regime.
Rabbi, we do know we had one of your lawmakers on a short time ago, and he did say, you know, politically, both sides have now come together and are very much in support of, you know, taking out the Ayatollah. Regime change now is where we're headed in Iran, and that the people of Israel are now coalescing behind that mission to see it through.
Look, the people of Israel know that we have friends in Iran. The people on the street are our friends. Very similar cultures, very similar societies. They want freedom, you know, and the world needs to understand that. I think Israel is just scratching their head seeing certain politicians in America, you know, who are basically becoming pro-Iran, or people online. It's crazy. These people are evil and wicked. They've oppressed their people. They've oppressed the world. It's time for them to go. And, you know, this is America's spirit. It's really going out there and making sure that a place that said death to America for 50 years chasing a nuclear bomb, you want to argue if they're a day off, or, you know, if it takes a couple months more to get the bomb. We don't want a nuclear bomb in the hand of people saying death to America. And thankfully, that's all about to stop.
Yeah, and that's they had a choice, right? They had a choice to abandon their nuclear program, to play ball. They didn't want to do it. They doubted that President Trump would follow through on this. Overall, Rabbi, when you see, for example, this is a question I wanted to ask all my Israeli friends, when you see Mohammed bin Salman authorize the Saudi military to get involved, which has been a difficult step. From a distance, they've been supported. Obviously, they wanted to see the downfall of the Iranian regime as well. Are we really this close now to seeing a full-blown alliance between Saudi Arabia and Israel?
Absolutely. I mean, you've had airlines under the table. You know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Right.
And, you know, this has been like an open secret around the Middle East for a long time that they all hate the Iranians because the Iranians are indiscriminate. They want to take over the world and this regime wants to stop everyone. So, frankly, that's what drove a lot of the Abraham Accords. And I think we're going to see a lot more of it. But this regime has to go. And then we can have a Middle East full of peace. People thought it was the Israelis, the Palestinians. That's not what was going on. It was Iran pushing and pushing and pushing. And if we could just get this job done, then we're truly going to have peace, because that is exactly what we want. And God bless this president. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the Jewish people in the state of Israel.
But Rabbi, not so long ago, this was just a dream. I mean, you know, even a year and a half ago, we were in a much different place in the Middle East, and you know, the messaging coming out of the U.S. administration and the you know, connection to, you know, Bibi Netanyahu, it was just a completely different world that we're looking at, what, a year and a half later?
Well, look, we're people of faith. And the bottom line is that God has a plan. God had a plan here. After October, I was in Israel on October 7th. I can't tell you the sadness. Where is this going to go? What's going to happen? All of a sudden, the heads of Hamas are gone. The heads of Hezbollah are gone. And now it's time for Iran. God's got a plan. And he truly, when we say God bless America, God bless Israel, he is literally blessing us with the chance to set the world in a straight arrow towards peace.
I can't remember who it was, but I read somebody on X comparing October 7th to the Pearl Harbor attack, which was a tactical success in the early days, but it then led to the downfall of the imperialist regime in Japan, and that's doing the same thing in Iran. And to go back to your point about this seeming like a dream, you think about the words of Israel's founder, Theodore Herzl, who said famously, "If you will it, it is no dream." And that is really kind of, when you think about the coordination between President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu and the leadership of both those countries, they willed this to happen. They believed it could happen. And now here we are. Rabbi Stephen Berg, thank you so much. Great to see you as always.
Thank you, God bless you. Looking forward to celebrating a free Iran.
Yes, we can vacation in Iran hopefully very soon. I hear they have great skiing there. Also, maybe Caracas is back on the agenda.
And wait until you see what they do in Gaza.
And Gaza is going to be a beach paradise once again, as it should be.
We'll toast together.
Yeah. Maybe we can go back to Minnesota, as somebody said,
maybe someday.
We'll vacation there, too, someday as well.
That might take some time. Coming up this afternoon, former Special Envoy for Middle East Peace, Jason Greenblatt, coming up. Stay with us.
All right, folks, I'm going to stay with this. Now, here coming up in about an hour or so, I'm going to go to dinner, but I'm going to leave the stream up because there is so much going on. At an unbelievable number of missiles fired against Israel today. We got more right now.
Alarm. Beitar Elite. Jerusalem Center. Bet Shemesh. Jerusalem South. Ma'ale Adumim. Mevaseret Zion. Jerusalem East. Abu Ghosh. Jerusalem North. Modi'in Maccabim Reut. Jerusalem West. Avnat, Barosh Industrial Zone, Tal Shachar, Hulda, Na'ama. Azariah, Chalamish, Ateret, Bet Hashmonai, Yad Rambam, Modi'in Ligad Center, Achisamach, Gimzo, Modi'in Ilit, Kfar Daniel, Mevo Modi'im, Bet El, Ben Shemen, Neria, Ofra, Yetav, Ben Shemen Youth Village, Nili, Naale, Kochav HaShachar, Nachliel, Kerem Re'im, Neot Kedumim, Yesodot, Netzer Hazani, Pedaya, Rosh Tzurim, Aviezer, Gvaot, Neve Daniel, Netiv Halamed Hey. Stay bar.
Oh, we got air defense down there. Third quad, video 2, top right corner.
Na'aran.
It's a little bit far. It is far. Maybe like 3 kilometers. It's not very obvious when you're just a slope, but very close. It's like civilian Hi.
The British photographer.
Hi. Okay. 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 Yeah.
I'll put the red alert map up as soon as we have another alert patch. No worries. Yes, the round table was canceled for today because of the war. I have no idea what I'm having for dinner. They haven't gotten here to take me out to dinner yet, so they're telling me where they're taking me to dinner. I don't know, steakhouse or something. Surely not going to the Hard Rock Cafe. That's for sure. I've had enough of that place. Yes, those booms are from Tel Aviv. I eat chicken and fish, pork.
David, I also wanted to share this new update right here saying that Trump says new Iranian leaders want to talk, and he has agreed to talk. That's according to an Atlantic magazine interview. When you hear that update right there, what does that indicate, if anything, to you?
Well, that's a little surprising. It seems to show weakness by Iran, whoever those leaders are. You would think that they would be defiant. But this also kind of follows the playbook of Venezuela, where we took out Maduro, brought him back here to the U.S., and then quickly started having some discussions with his successors, including Delcy Rodriguez, who was his vice president, is now acting president. And so maybe that's the goal, to kind of follow that game plan. I'm just not sure that's going to work, because the regime, is very committed to having a theocracy controlled by the mullahs, very tight control over the population, not open to democracy, not open to Western values, not open to human rights. So I'm not sure how we get from here to there.
And David, we also have a new update from Fox News correspondent and anchor Jackie Heinrich saying that I spoke with President Trump briefly this morning before the announcement about U.S. casualties. So he did not comment on that, but some notes. He says the U.S. knows how many targets are left, and regarding progress towards Iranian people taking control of their destiny, quote, it's moving along rapidly. This has been this way for 47 years. He said, quote, it's moving along rapidly. Nobody can believe the success we're having. 48 leaders are gone in one shot, and it's moving along rapidly. On concern about oil prices, impacts of the Strait of Hormuz, the president said, quote, I'm not concerned about anything, Jackie. I just do what's right. At the end, it works out. He cited good outcomes from Venezuela, operations, attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities with B-2 bombers. He also said, quote, if we didn't do that, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks, and then all of this would not have been possible. So President Trump stating that he knows how many targets are left, so a little bit more indication in terms of that. But as we're taking a look at this from the conversation that Fox News host Jackie Heinrich had with the president, does anything from this stand out to you?
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. Let's take his comment that they know how many targets are left. That kind of suggests that there's some end point here, that there's kind of a finite strategy, and that once they complete hitting each of the targets, they may back off and cease hostilities towards Iran. But again, I'm not sure that's going to result in regime change. The president seems very positive and optimistic about regime change there, and that would be great for the people of Iran. They deserve to have regime change. But when he talks about they're making progress, what we're hearing from on the ground in Iran doesn't suggest the type of progress yet. Maybe it will happen, but it's going to take people in the streets taking back government buildings, kind of doing what happened in 1979 when there was the last revolution that put this regime in place. They're going to have to retake the government buildings. There's going to have to be defections by the Iranian military, maybe even by the IRGC. Without that, I think the Iranian regime is going to maintain its grip over Iran unless and until there's an armed opposition or there's a foreign intervention with boots on the ground.
This operation is extremely complex and likely was months in the making, and from the quote that Jackie Heinrich has here from President Trump saying, quote, if we didn't do that, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks, and then all of this would not have been possible. Can you talk a little bit more about the critical timing and why now it was so important to have this mission?
Well, the administration hasn't disclosed why they felt all of a sudden Iran might be able to get nuclear weapons or might be close to getting nuclear weapons. Again, they've always been close. They have enriched uranium.
I love how they didn't mention how they know
So
that.
they've been close for years, but it's not clear whether something happened in the last few weeks, the last few months to suggest they were even closer, that they were going to go over the threshold. I think it's more likely that they just remained as close as they were before, which is too close for comfort. And the president is right. that if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, everything changes, because then they can hold the world hostage by threatening to use that nuclear weapon if they are attacked. So it's important we do this before they get nuclear weapons if this is necessary. And this should always be a last resort, using military violence like this. But it's not clear what caused the president and Israel to think this was the time. We do know that there was this meeting that the Supreme Leader Khamenei was going to yesterday with other key leaders of Iran. And it seems like the strikes started because they saw that as an enormous opportunity to take out the leadership of the regime. And that, I think, dictated why they did it at that time yesterday.
As we continue to keep a very close eye and monitor all of these developments, David, is there a particular aspect of all of this that you are keeping a very close eye on, or, anything that jumps out to you?
I think what we should be keeping an eye on is what are the people in Iran doing, what's happening not just in Tehran but outside Iran, especially among the minority groups. And Iran has significant minorities, the Azeris, the Baluchis, and the Kurds. Are they rising up against the regime? What's happening with the rank and file military soldiers in Iran? Are they taking off their uniforms, laying down arms? Are they joining the protesters? These are the things that need to happen to have regime change across the country. We've seen this happen in other countries where there is regime change, but so far we don't have enough reporting from the ground to suggest that ball is rolling right now.
And David, can you give us a little bit more understanding in terms of the population in Iran? You're talking about all these different groups and these factions. Is it relatively cohesive? Is it a very divided country? When we take a look at, is it realistic for the people of Iran to rise up and overthrow this regime? Can you talk about what has to happen in order for that to come to fruition?
Well, Iran is a very interesting place culturally. Iranians are very proud of their heritage. They're very nationalistic, but the large majority of Iranians do not support this regime. They feel like they've been betrayed by this regime, that their lives are much worse under this regime. So they recognize the regime as a pariah. So there's generally across the country, there's opposition to the regime, but Iran is a police state, and they are very effective at taking dissidents, detaining them, torturing them, creating a culture of fear. And so that is what may keep people off the streets, especially right now, where the regime might retaliate, might use even greater amounts of violence to try to keep control of the country. But there is discontent among these minority populations that I talked about, the Kurds, the Baluch, the Azeris, and they're going to have to take leadership in terms of rising up against the regime if they are going to ultimately force a regime change.
All right, David Tafiri, as always, we appreciate joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
And David, I also wanted to share this new update right here, saying that Trump says new Iranian leaders want to talk, and he has agreed to talk. That's according to an Atlantic magazine interview. When you hear that update right there, what does that indicate, if anything, to you?
Well, that's a little surprising. It seems to show weakness by Iran, whoever those leaders are. You would think that they would be defiant. But this also kind of follows the playbook of Venezuela, where we took out Maduro, brought him back here to the U.S., and then quickly started having some discussions with his successors, including Delcy Rodriguez, who is his vice president, is now acting president. And so maybe that's the goal, to kind of follow that game plan. I'm just not sure that's going to work, because the regime, is very committed to having a theocracy controlled by the mullahs, very tight control over the population, and not open to democracy, not open to Western values, not open to human rights. So I'm not sure how we get from here to there.
And David, we also have a new update from Fox News correspondent and anchor Jackie Heinrich, saying that I spoke with President Trump briefly this morning before the announcement about U.S. casualties. So he did not comment on that, but some notes. He says the U.S. knows how many targets are left. and regarding progress towards Iranian people taking control of their destiny. Quote, it's moving along rapidly. This has been this way for 47 years. He said, quote, it's moving along rapidly. Nobody can believe the success we're having. 48 leaders are gone in one shot, and it's moving along rapidly. On concern about oil prices, impacts of the Strait of Hormuz, the president said, quote, I'm not concerned about anything, Jackie. I just do what's right. At the end, it works out. He cited good outcomes from Venezuela, operations, attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities with B-2 bombers. He also said, quote, if we didn't do that, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks, and then all of this would not have been possible. So President Trump stating that he knows how many targets are left, so a little bit more indication in terms of that. But as we're taking a look at this from the conversation that Fox News host Jackie Heinrich had with the president, does anything from this stand out to you?
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. Let's take his comment that they know how many targets are left. That kind of suggests that there's some end point here, that there's kind of a finite strategy, and that once they complete hitting each of the targets, they may back off and cease hostilities towards Iran. But again, I'm not sure that's going to result in regime change. The president seems very positive and optimistic about regime change there, and that would be great for the people of Iran. They deserve to have regime change. But when he talks about they're making progress, what we're hearing from on the ground in Iran doesn't suggest the type of progress yet. Maybe it will happen, but it's going to take people in the streets taking back government buildings, kind of doing what happened in 1979 when there was the last revolution that put this regime in place. They're going to have to retake the government buildings. There's going to have to be defections by the Iranian military, maybe even by the IRGC. Without that, I think the Iranian regime is going to maintain its grip over Iran unless and until there's an armed opposition or there's a foreign intervention with boots on the ground.
This operation is extremely complex and likely was months in the making, you know, and from the quote that Jackie Heinrich has here from President Trump saying, quote, if we didn't do that, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks, and then all of this would not have been possible. Can you talk a little bit more about the critical timing and why now it was so important to have this mission?
Well, the administration hasn't disclosed.
We know that President Trump was very clear. He is calling on the people, and just there would be here we have interceptor rounds coming off right now.
Israel coming under fire this morning as Iran vows revenge after Operation Epic Fury.
The U.S. and Israel pulling off an unprecedented military operation, effectively decapitating Iranian leadership in one of the largest military operations in modern warfare history.
But Iran is vowing revenge, already carrying out dozens of attacks on U.S. military bases in the Middle East and in Israel. At least 6 Israelis have been killed so far in the retaliatory strikes as civilians rush to cover amid the ongoing violence.
Jennifer Griffin joins us right now to walk us through the history-making mission. Jennifer.
Charlie, Saudi Arabia is pushing back on some Washington Post reporting suggesting that it, along with Israel, pushed the United States in favor of striking Iran. A source familiar tells Jackie Heinrich that is a wild exaggeration. The Saudi government said it would support any decision the U.S. made and outlined some of the ramifications of launching these strikes. Some Gulf states pointed out that what you might get after such an operation is an emboldened Iranian regime. The Iranians are not going down without a fight. They have fired 137 missiles and 200 drones at the United Arab Emirates, some of them even hitting hotels, civilian apartment buildings, not just targeting U.S. bases. 66 missiles at Qatar, 45 at Bahrain, along with 9 drones. Missiles have been fired at a U.S. military base in Erbil, likely by Shia militias in Iraq, who have long been funded by the IRGC. A mob tried to storm the U.S. embassy in Baghdad, and Pakistani security forces used batons to push back the angry crowd of several hundred people threatening the U.S. consulate in Karachi, Pakistan. Both Iraq and Pakistan have large Shia Muslim populations. And this is also a surprise. The British Defense Secretary, John Healey, said 2 ballistic missiles had been fired towards Cyprus, where the British Army has service members stationed. Those missiles probably fired from Tabriz in western Iran. That's the first time Cyprus has been targeted. The Israeli defense minister announced that Israel is now using stand-in weapons over Tehran and will now have a 24/7 presence in the skies above Tehran. That means that they and the U.S. military have effectively suppressed the air defense systems, or IADs, over Tehran, a huge step forward in terms of being able to track the movements of Iranian leaders and forces. In terms of the U.S. operation yesterday, the U.S. military carried out 900 strikes in 12 hours. That might be a record. The Israelis carried out 1,200 strikes in the past 24 hours, more than during the entire 12-day war last summer. In fact, the Israeli Air Force just took out 2 Iranian fighter jets that were on the tarmac preparing to take off from Tabriz in western Iran. Multiple sources tell me that the start of the operation had to be moved forward based on intelligence and this target of opportunity, a meeting at the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's compound. The New York Times is reporting that the intelligence for that strike came from the CIA, who passed it to the Israelis. 30 Israeli missiles were then dropped on the compound, killing Khamenei and about 40 others. In Tehran, following the announcement of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei's death, there were spontaneous outbursts of celebration on the one hand, but also some crowds chanting in downtown Tehran, "Death to America." Not clear if these were spontaneous or organized protests, but you can assume that the remnants of the regime and IRGC will want to present a united front, suggesting that the regime will survive. The man to watch right now is Ali Larijani, the head of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. He just gave an interview in which he threatened revenge for the killing of Ali Khamenei and members of his family, the defense minister, and head of Iran's armed forces, all killed in that strike. Quote, "The United States and the Zionists have burned the heart of the Iranian people, and we will burn their hearts." That from the now leader of Iran. Remember, this is the first 24 hours for the U.S. military, which still has an armada in the region and 500 warplanes positioned in the Middle East. This is far from over, Charlie.
It is indeed, and no doubt Larijani has a target on his back. Jennifer, stay with us for a second. I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
All right, folks, I'm going to leave the stream up, but I'm going to be headed to dinner here in about 20 minutes.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys with your thoughts below. How do you think the now let's get into it. So I'm going to throw this up on the screen right away for you. President Trump announcing on Sunday afternoon that the Iranian Navy has been crushed. The Iranian Navy has been obliterated, and this is major news, and I'm going to explain why, but first let's get into Trump's statement. It says, I have just been informed that we have destroyed and sunk 9 Iranian naval ships, some of them relatively large and important. We are going after the rest. They will soon be floating at the bottom of the sea. Also, in a different attack, we largely destroyed their naval headquarters. Other than that, their Navy is doing very well. I love how Trump had to throw in, other than that, their Navy is doing very well. So Iran was trying to use their Navy ships to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, where all the oil in the region comes in and out of. About 20% of the world's global supply comes out of the Strait of Hormuz. Now their Navy ships have been crushed. I will tell you, there are also unconfirmed reports that an Iranian submarine was torpedoed at some point late yesterday by an American submarine. That remains unconfirmed at this point, but this is the first confirmation we have directly from the President of the United States that Iran's Navy has been obliterated, thus removing their ability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz or attack our naval vessels. There are reports they tried to set ships to sea to find and hunt U.S. Navy ships. Now they have been sunk, all of them. Nine of the biggest, most important ones. And again, unconfirmed reports that a submarine was torpedoed as well. Now, this comes from the port, the Sharbar port, and the pier, the Bashedi Pier, that the IRGC ran, getting absolutely pummeled. Let's watch the foot. Whoa. So this is a Navy area that, as you can see, was heavily bombed. Right there. Massive smoke and fire. And then here, this is Iran responding by attacking the U.S. military base in Kurdistan, northern Iraq. You can see the smoke on the screen after taking a hit from the Iranians. This footage out of Qatar after Iranian drone struck. This is surreal footage. Listen to the air sirens going off in this. Huge smoke. You see right there. Right there, you can see massive smoke columns in Qatar after the Iranian regime carried out strikes on Qatar. Qatar, of course, hosts our biggest air base in the region. Now, the United States Navy releasing more footage of cruise missile launches. More missiles away. The United States continues to light up targets, and now the Israeli Air Force struck Iran's IRIB State Media Broadcast Center in Tehran on today, March 1st. Let's watch. You can hear explosions going off. You can hear people celebrating in the street. That's actually maybe the craziest part. So right here, another look at Tehran after the U.S. Air Force and the Israeli Air Force continue to drop bombs on a variety of different targets. And then right here, this is an Iranian air defense system getting lit up. You can see the strikes, the explosions, multiple bombs being hit. Next up, the Israelis have declared that air superiority has been achieved over Tehran. Targets struck include ballistic missile launchers, headquarters, Iranian air defense systems, command centers. 50-plus UAVs from Iran towards Israel were fired and shot down. This is footage released by the Israelis. Hold on, we got a tech issue with the noise. Give me a second. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. I think there was a little hiccup with the noise, but here you go. That is an Israeli fighter jet taking off. Go hit targets. Air superiority has been achieved. Now, we have more interceptors firing, this in Iraq as they tried to hit the U.S. base. You can see interceptors are up, missiles are up, going to hit the ballistic missiles incoming. All right, interception right there, explosion. Boom, ballistic missiles intercepted. Unbelievable footage. Right there, you can hear more explosions going. Unreal. And then right here, Bahrain continues to get hit by the Iranian regime. See the smoke in the air. Bahrain, of course, is home to the United States 5th Fleet. And then right here, massive airstrikes on IRGC sites, and I believe that's pronounced Urmia. You see smoke. Unbelievable. Bombings continue as of me recording this. And then right here, a ballistic missile did get through and did hit Israel.
Oh,
you're going to see the explosion coming.
It's a motherfucking rocket! Oh my God!
Unbelievable.
Rocket!
Right here.
Motherfucking rocket! Oh my God!
Horrifying. Horrifying. Now, an oil tanker was struck in the Strait of Hormuz and is currently sinking. You can see it right there. The
Trump had it before Israel had it.
Right there. We have more footage of the ship sinking.
Dave Hegseth is playing, but that's going to end in a minute.
Right here. The ship was struck in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, next up, we have more interceptions that are underway in Dubai. Let's go full screen. Right there. Missiles are up. You can hear explosions. Interceptions are underway from U.S. Patriot. Right there. You can hear the explosions from the impact as the interceptors attempt to move. Now, right here, we have footage.
Disclosed why.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Khorfesh, Sasa, Matat, Sde Meron School, Dovev, Beit Jan, Tzivon. Salama, Carmiel, Chusnia, Chazon, Majdal Krum, Michmanim, Kamon, Beina, Carmiel Industrial Zone, Moran, Kfar Hanania, Der El Asad, Nachef, Shezor, Kishor, Lavon, Sajur, Rama, En El Asad, Amirim, Farod, Yerka, Har Chalutz, Lapidot, Pisras Mia, Harashim, Gita, Peki'in, Khalil, Yanuach, Jat, Migdal Tefen, Kfar Vradim, Chosen, Ma'alot Tarshicha, Tsuriel, Peki'in HaChadasha, Ras Al-En, Tuval, Shefer, Yechiam, Ga'aton, En Yaakov, Ma'ona, Majhar, Eshchar, Lotem En Hamdon, Arab Al-Naim, Ma'alet Tzivya, Tzurit Gilon, Pelech, Kfar Shamai, Safed City.
Yeah, all those yellow pins are hostile aircraft that are inbound. Yeah. Iran's just going to continue to fire whatever they can fire, whatever they've got left. The U.S. has now conducted over 1,000 airstrikes. The Israelis.
Ramot Naftali, Malkiah, Yiftach.
So the Iranians are getting hammered, and they're firing whatever they can fire.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Meron, Safsufa, Kfar Choshen, Merom Galil Regional Center. Or Haganuz. Bar Yochai. Jish Gush Chalav. Elifelet, Rosh Pina, Kadita. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Dalton. Ramat Dalton Industrial Zone. Beria. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Amuka.
No, the hostile aircraft is a drone. We know what a hostile aircraft is. All right, folks, I'm going to eat. We'll see you guys in about an hour or so.
Alarm. Shalomi. Hanita. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Liman. Matsuba. Betzet. Rosh Hanikra. Hanita. Alarm. Betzet. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Miluot Industrial Zone North. Betzet Beach. Ya'ara. Arab al Ramsha. Shtula. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Buk'ata. Gesher Haziv. El Rom. Naharia. Merom Golan. En Zivan. Odem. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Shlomi. Alarm. Megadim. Achotrim. Tirat Carmel. Atlit. En Hod. Yamin Ord Youth Village. Bet Tzvi. Givat Wolfson. Bet Oren. Kfar Galim. Haifa. Neve Sha'anan and Ramot Carmel. Nesher. Haifa West. Haifa, Carmel, Hadar, and Lower City. Near Etzion Industrial Zone. Daliat al-Carmel, En Khud, Isfia, Yagur, Haifa Bay. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Ya'ara, Arab al-Ramsha, Shtula. Alarm. Kiryat Ata, Kiryat Bialik, Far Bialik, Kiryat Motzkin, Kiryat Yam, Afek, Sha'ar Na'aman Industrial Zone. Haifa, Kiryat Chaim and Kiryat Shmuel. Kiryat Bialik Industrial Zone. Yas'ur, Kfar Masarik, Akko Industrial Zone. En Hamifratz, Akko, Jadede Makar, Bustan Hagalil, Shomerat, Lochamei Hagetaot, Nes Amim, Akko New Cemetery, Regba, Kfar Yasif. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Dead Sea Hotels. En Bokek. Masada. Dead Sea Hotels Center. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Neve Zohar. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Margaliot. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Rajar. Metula. כפר יובל. מעיין ברוך. קיבוץ דן. דפנה. כפר גלעדי. הגושרים. שער ישוב. תל חי. Alarm. Rajar. Hostile aircraft intrusion. דובב. רמות נפתלי. מלכיה. יפתח. קריית שמונה. בית הלל. משגב עם. שדה נחמיה. כפר סולד. Alarm. קריית שמונה. תל חי. Hostile aircraft intrusion. כפר בלום. אמיר. Alarm. בית הלל. הגושרים. Hostile aircraft intrusion. מנרה. נאות מרדכי. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Safed City. Elifelet. Rosh Pina. Mivaot HaHermon Regional Center. Lev HaChula. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Malkia. Dishon.
sourced information to keep appropriate decision makers fully informed. How about DNI Tulsi Gabbard yesterday? She writes, and I quote, "New intelligence confirms what POTUS has stated numerous times. Iran's nuclear facilities have been destroyed." Institute for Science and International Security President David Albright, overall, Israel and U.S. attacks have effectively destroyed Iran's centrifuge enrichment program. Time and time again, I can go down the list, those that understand, those that see, those that
We have breaking news. The president is giving an update on social media about the strikes in Iran. Let's take a listen.
Over the past 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now it was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization. They have waged war against civilization itself. Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now, again, the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have done things that others are unable to do. But it's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons that would allow them to extort the world. to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America," or "Death to Israel," or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Survey said.
Yeah, I got to get Racer to fix that. All right. We're still going through a variety of different news here for you. There's reports of two shootings here in Florida today. Not sure if they are terrorist related. There have been two what appear to be terrorist attacks, though. One early this morning in Austin, Texas, in the wee early hours, like at 1:40 a.m. or something like that. A man wearing a hoodie saying "Property of Allah" opened fire on 6th Street in Austin, Texas. This is the same place I told my sister not to go play music at. And this guy opened up and killed 3 and wounded 14 before police shot him. The other individual who pulled out a knife and was stabbing people in the Washington, D.C. area, he was neutralized as well. Stabbed some people, but turned out to be an argument, road rage or something. The guy went around and started stabbing people. Yes, I'm going to try to watch the launch at 9:45. That was one of the things I was trying to do. I'm not going to be at the launch site, but we are going to take the spooky cam and do like we did before and pan around and have a look-see in that direction. There's a Falcon 9 launch with Starlink on it tonight. That's the launch that they are talking about. And I thought about going, but, you know, they launch those things all the time, and this is a war with Iran, and there's attacks taking place and a lot of other stuff. So I felt as though it was more important that I stay here than to go there. So you're stuck with me. But we do have the spooky cam.
Survey said. Surveys.
All right. So there you go. So we can spin this around and, well, no, I'm not going to. Yeah, I might be able to get it up over there. We'll see. We'll see how high it goes. Definitely got to play with the focus here. Okay, so anyway, we're going to see if we can get it with this. If it goes up, maybe. It'll be right up in there somewhere. Also going to depend upon which way it goes out. So we'll see. We'll try to see anyway. And I can probably ask here if they've seen it from here. Yeah, and the moon is out, by the way. Let me see if we can do that for you. Perfectly clear a while ago. Well, we'll see what we can get for you. All right, let's see what we've got for. Oh, yeah, I wanted to play this for you. Mark sent this to me earlier. This is air traffic control talking to an aircraft near Cyprus.
And they said that there are a lot of missiles between Cyprus and Beirut. And they said that there are a lot of missiles between Cyprus and Beirut.
They said that there are a lot of missiles between Cyprus and Beirut. Yeah. Where am I getting? That's interesting.
The Gulf states wanted to stay out of it, as Brett said. So they did not even allow us to use their bases in a number of cases. Now they're into it. They've been attacked, and not just our bases, but civilian areas as well.
Now that Iran's supreme leader is gone, the question on everyone's mind, both in the Middle East and here in the U.S., is what comes next. Here with me now is retired U.S. Army General David Petraeus and former Presidential Special Envoy Brett McGurk. It's an honor to have you both here. We are at the wall because I think it will really help people understand what we have seen and what we're going to see next. And I'll start with you, General Petraeus, in terms of the strike targets inside Iran. What were U.S. forces able and Israeli forces able to get, and what do you think they're going for next?
Well, of course, this is a massive operation. There were hundreds of Israeli aircraft, hundreds of American aircraft, hundreds of cruise missiles coming out of ships, submarines, and so forth. And the focus, the Israelis, it appears, was largely on the regime leaders. And of course, they had extraordinary success in taking out the supreme leader and a number of the other most important figures in the regime. Really quite stunning. In fact, it's particularly stunning that the arrogance of the Iranians, that they all gathered together for meetings, presuming that we didn't attack in the early morning hours like we normally do, and therefore they had a period of daylight during which they could come together and talk.
Or a Saturday, or during Ramadan, or during the daylight hours. So, sorry there, General. It's a little more than that.
The U.S., meanwhile, was going largely after the air and ballistic missile defenses that are left in Iran, and then the missile and other retaliatory capabilities. And again, keep in mind that there were hundreds of targets by each of the Israeli and U.S. forces. So a really extraordinary amount of ordnance being dropped and going in as cruise missiles as well. And it appears to have been very, very devastating in a lot of ways, but still always an ability to retaliate with both the longer range that could reach Israel and then the shorter range, of which they have a substantial number, that can reach across the Gulf.
Yeah, I mean, and we're seeing that happen. We just were reporting on devastation in Beersheba, which is outside of Jerusalem. That's a pretty big target. And what does that tell you about what is still left in the Iranian arsenal?
Sure, we should understand that even in the 12-day war, with all of the ballistic missile and air defenses that we assembled, and they were very considerable, and we've done it again now. It's not just the Patriots and the terminal high-altitude air defense systems that are on the ground, but also all the ships have Patriot-like systems. There are planes flying to try to take out missiles and drones and so forth. So this is it's a very, very comprehensive effort, and it's all integrated with the host nations and with Israel, to be sure. But even then, 5 to 7% of the missiles got through during the 12-day war, and if they hit, unfortunately, as the one did that you reported on earlier, there can be a big amount of devastation.
And then, Brett, what does it tell you about the fact that Iran is retaliating the way it is when it comes to who's actually in charge now?
It's a great question. You know, George Kennan, a great diplomat, said war once initiated has a momentum of its own. You don't know exactly where it's going to go. I think over Iran right now, very importantly, look, the United States and Israel has complete not just air superiority, but air dominance, and they're still targeting leaders. This is still going on. We're still doing waves of strikes. So whoever might step up into a leadership role is very vulnerable. The Iranians have announced they have a constitutional process. Remember, they've only had one secession in their entire history since 1979. So this is really an uncharted territory. They have a secession process under their constitution, a council of the president, the chief justice, and a cleric to be named. They say who's running the country now, but those people haven't been seen. Ali Larijani, who's a key advisor to the supreme leader for many decades, he's likely making some decisions. But what I'm seeing Iran do, they're firing off missiles. This was probably a pre-cooked plan for when they were attacked. It's unclear who is making strategic decisions, and they're making some mistakes, Dan. They're attacking civilian areas of the Gulf, and the Gulf states, the GCC states there, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, are uniting. And I would watch this over the coming days. Do they actually, their air forces are now engaged in defense. Do they actually join in some attacks into Iran in self-defense? I think that's a key question. That was not, I think, on my bingo card when this started. I think the Gulf wanted to stay out of it. They're being drawn in, so that's something to watch over the coming
Big
days.
mistake, I think, actually, Dana, because again, the Gulf states that they have been attacking the Gulf states. The Gulf states wanted to stay out of it, as Brett said. So they did not even allow us to use their bases in a number of cases. Now they're into it. They've been attacked, and not just our bases, but civilian areas as well. And so they're going to take place now with the defensive measures. As Brett mentioned, we have aircraft in the sky now. I'm sure they're being integrated by the Combined Air Operations Center. And if that continues, they're going to probably take further measures.
I want to talk about the chaos and instability in the region, obviously militarily, but also economically. I mean, if you see the Strait of Hormuz, which is right there, I mean, that's a key geographical location for a lot of these countries.
Well, 20% of global trade, 80% of Iran's oil, of course, goes to Asia and China. China has a big interest here. And I have just one geostrategic issue. Russia and China, very quiet here. Mm-hmm. And of course, they're very much strategic partners of Iran, very quiet. I think that's very telling. Yeah, we'd expect when oil markets open, the price of oil is going to go up, I think, fairly significantly. We'll see. OPEC met today. They announced they're going to be increasing production. But look, think about escalation dominance in a conflict like this. If Iran makes moves in the Straits of Hormuz, as they're threatening, they targeted some tankers today, U.S. Air Forces have escalation dominance here. We can target Iran wherever we want. So Iran has to be calculating that. To the extent Iranian leaders are even thinking strategically, they seem to be just firing off their missiles without a strategic plan, and that shows real disarray in their chain of command.
Yeah, maybe a result of all the leaders taken out. They're just acting on decision that they were authorized before. But again, 20% of the world's crude oil and 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas come right through the strait. There's already a report that the traffic is down by some 50 to 70%. And then, as Brett mentioned, there was a ship attacked right in here. And that's going to, Maersk has announced that they're stopping going through here and also through the strait that the Houthis have disrupted in the past. They're, of course, an Iranian surrogate as well. So we'll see an effect.
And he left out the part of the ship that the Iranians attacked. Well, guess what? It was part of their own ghost fleet. Kind of like the U.S. Army shooting down a CBP drone in Texas yesterday.
But it likely will be a short-term effect. It will not be enduring unless there's some really significant escalation, say mining of the Strait of Hormuz that for some reason requires longer than normal to clear.
Joining us now to discuss is CNN Global Affairs analyst Kimberly Dozier and CNN military analyst Cedric Layton. Cedric, I want to go to you first on this news we got from Nick Robertson that Saudi Arabia is now authorized to get involved in this conflict. I mean, things seem to really be escalating here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Pamela, and good morning to you again. There is a real relationship here that is very intricate, between the Saudis on the one hand and the other countries that they're dealing with, and especially Iran. On one, sometimes you have the Iranians and the Saudis reach a rapprochement. That rapprochement is definitely over at this particular point in time. There are reports that MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, had actually secretly agreed to let this operation go forward without using Saudi airspace. But even without using Saudi airspace, Iran is still getting the Saudis involved, attacking Saudi facilities, attacking Gulf state facilities of countries like Qatar and Bahrain and the UAE. Yeah. And that is something that is really angering the Saudis and their Gulf Cooperation Council partners, which those other countries are part of. So this is definitely a point in which things are escalating, and it is very clear that the Saudis are not happy with what Iran is doing.
Kim, help us understand why Iran is attacking the Gulf states. Because one might think doing that would further isolate themselves and it could backfire. I mean, it's going beyond just the military bases in those countries.
Yeah, this was something that Gulf leaders had warned of in the run-up to any potential military action. They have a number of U.S. targets in them, both the U.S. bases, but also U.S. commercial interests. And the fact of the matter is the Gulf countries have tried to walk this narrow line of being Iran's ally, or at least a partner to Iran on one side and trading with them, and also allowing these very large U.S. military bases to operate in their territory. So they always knew they were going to be in the firing line. One of the other things that's happened because of this ongoing warfare and targeting of some of the ports is that container ships and oil tankers have basically dropped anchor, and there are hundreds frozen at various points along the Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, waiting for some of this to die down. If one of those would somehow get struck by collateral fire, it's dangerous environmentally. It's eventually going to affect global oil prices. Now, we've heard that oil producers are going to increase the amount of oil on the market for a short period of time in response to the warfare, but soon Americans and others could be feeling the results of this war in their pocketbook. Could take a few weeks, but this is not done yet in terms of the targets being struck.
All right, just so you guys know, I'm putting together a big playlist for y'all. It's so hard to find people who put out good content that actually know what they're talking about. I spend way, way, way more time searching for good content for you guys. You would think that there would be some people out there, but you have to scrape the barrel with the mainstream media. And, look, I don't have anything against a lot of these independent guys out there, but some of them are just so far off the deep end. It's unbelievable.
Welcome back with continuing live coverage of breaking news of the U.S. and Israeli military strikes on Iran. Iranians took to the streets of Tehran and other cities across Iran in celebration, following news that longtime dictator Ali Khamenei was killed. Joining me now is His Royal Highness, the exiled former Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, live from an undisclosed location this morning. Your Highness, thank you very much for being here. Wow, we are at this day. We have been together many times in the last several years talking about this. Your reaction to Khamenei dead and this U.S.-Israeli strike against Iran?
Maria, there's no question that this is the game changer we've been waiting for all this time. The jubilation of Iranians at home and abroad shows how much people were hoping for this moment. And I join millions of Iranians thanking President Trump for taking this into action and delivering on his promise. We are so elated of the fact that now we have the beginning of the very end of the regime, because at least we are going to see more and more decimation of this regime, which can only equal the playing field so that the Iranian people could come back to the streets.
You're right about the terrorists in the United States and Muslim mayors and all kinds of other shit. Yes, everybody should be packing if they can. We have entered into dangerous waters now. So this is why we tell everybody to get on the KLW World News Network, why we tell everybody to be prepared, while we teach our classes. All of this is coming together for some of you now, if you hadn't already caught on.
And claim the country back from this hated regime.
And that is exactly what President Trump has been telling and messaging to the Iranian people: take back your country. How can they do that, sir?
Well, Maria, this is time now for a very strong, stable transition. I am leading this transition. I have the support of millions of Iranian people. I have the people inside the country that are joining and broadening the coalition of forces that will be at play in filling the boxes. The military will side with us, and we have a plan of action and a transition plan. As a matter of fact, I'm glad to hear what Senator Fetterman was saying. It's music to my ears. I always thought that it should be a bipartisan issue when it comes to America's national security interests as well as business opportunities in the future, because we as Iranians look at America as our best partner in reconstructing ourselves. You know, the president says MAGA, we say MIGA, make Iran great again. And in that sense, I think that a different Iran that now will be at peace with the region, work with our neighbors, will bring an element of stability, will be good for American national security, but most importantly, an opportunity to be successful in terms of economic growth and what have you. Just by a change that we hope to bring to the table, that will be probably over $1 trillion worth of impact and revenue to the American economy just by Iran's market being open to America, and how much we stand to benefit from billions of dollars willing to be invested into Iran. All that was needed was for this regime to no longer be there. And I think that is something that should be important to America and Iran both.
So where does this transition leave the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, where leadership there is still vowing revenge? How does this transitional government look when you have Persians, Shia, Sunni, secular government? What do you envision?
But Maria, obviously, I think this campaign is this time something not just to set back the Iranian nuclear program or anything like that. This is like full decapitation of the regime, and ultimately what will expedite its total collapse. The Iranian people has suffered too much to settle for anything less than that. But as soon as the transition plan is put into gear, we want to make sure that we address the issue immediately, to make sure that we have the ability to have a stable process, to obviously lead to ultimately a democratic outcome, so the Iranian people get to choose their future government and system. What we need to do now is to make sure that we bring all the elements that can help that process into place. I was talking earlier today with Senator Lindsey Graham, who's a good friend of Iran. In fact, people now call him lovingly Uncle Lindsey for his position. And he talked to me earlier saying that he would try to organize a bipartisan group at Senate level for us to present that plan. Both the administration and Congress will understand better what we have in mind and get more into the details. You and I had talked about the IPP project, Iran Prosperity Project, before, and the first 100 days, critically important of how we do that for the initial transition. I've been working with a number of Iranians from across the spectrum that are united on this purpose. We have the most diverse coalition of people dedicated to that process, representing different parts of the country, including religious minorities, ethnic groups that are all aligned in this national project that we have. So I feel extremely confident that we get this into place and make sure that we can fill the vacuum, and that unlike other scenarios that did not pan out so well, example, post-Saddam Hussein de-Baathification, the Iranian scenario is very different than that. It's different than Venezuela. We do have an absolutely ironclad plan in mind. Of course, what's critical is the more this regime is totally weakened and it collapses, whatever remains behind is now part of the solution, and they are incorporated into our transition, in the civilian bureaucracy as well as the military and security forces.
Okay, we will be watching all of that. And how long would you expect your transitional leadership to be?
Well, Maria, I think that to be realistic, from the time that we start until the day we can have the final referendum, I anticipate a period that should not be longer than a couple of years at the most. But what's critical is the first 100 days to immediately stabilize the country, the Iranian economic situation, that the apparatus of governments remain as intact as possible, so the functioning of the country continues to be in place while we bring all the components that makes us bring the country to a position where we come out of it at the very end with the choice that people will have to make, and will be proposed various plans in the Constitutional Assembly, which is the entity that will, of course, debate all these issues.
Well, that would be an incredible day to see a free election in Iran once again. Reza Pahlavi, thank you, sir.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno.
There's your moon.
Me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
We are facing an act of aggression, and obviously we have every right to defend ourselves.
We've been hit. We've been hit.
History unfolding in the Middle East. The U.S. and Israel carrying out an unprecedented military operation, crippling Tehran's leadership by taking out Iran's supreme leader, along with dozens of other top officials.
The devastating blow to Iran's Islamic regime, a result of one of the largest military operations in the history of modern warfare, with 900 U.S. strikes in just 12 hours, using 2 aircraft carriers, 3 destroyers, and B-2 stealth bombers, in striking at least 500 Iranian targets.
We've already seen dozens of U.S. military bases targeted with retaliatory strikes as Iran vows revenge.
President Trump urging Iran not to return fire or face, quote, force that has never been seen before.
The sentiment for Iranian Americans across the globe, elation. Celebrations erupting after the strikes came down in what could be the best hope for relief from the Islamic regime's reign in decades. We begin this morning with Jennifer Griffin to walk us through this history-making mission. And good morning, Jennifer. It's really quite remarkable when you look at the total package.
Griff, very remarkable, but also a complicated picture emerging this morning. The Iranian leadership that did survive, and there are a few leaders that did survive, the president, as well as Ali Larijani, who's very powerful in Iran, have threatened the...
Now, just so you know, her and Pete Hegseth have had words. In fact, I thought Pete Hegseth was extremely rude to her during a Pentagon press briefing, and she has not forgotten that. She survived cancer. She will surely survive Pete Hegseth, but she has, let's just say, she's not thrilled with Pete, and it shows from time to time.
U.S. and threatened to attack 27 U.S. bases across the Middle East, and we've been seeing a lot of those missiles flying into neighboring countries. A mob also tried to storm the U.S. embassy in Baghdad, and Pakistani security forces used batons to push back an angry crowd threatening the U.S. consulate in Karachi, Pakistan. Both Iraq and Pakistan, of course, have large Shia Muslim populations. And British Defense Secretary John Healey said 2 missiles had been fired towards Cyprus, where the British Army has service members stationed. In Tehran, following the announcement of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, there were spontaneous outbursts of celebration on the one hand, but also some crowds chanting today in downtown Tehran, "Death to America." Not clear if these were spontaneous or organized protests, but you can assume that the remnants of the regime and the IRGC will want to present a united front, suggesting that the regime will survive. The man to watch is Ali Larijani, the head of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. He just gave an interview in which he described the killing of Ali Khamenei as extremely painful, threatening revenge. Quote, "The United States and the Zionists have burned the heart of the Iranian people, and we will burn their hearts." Meantime, Iran managed...
Look at that. Judy Dow got a membership. You can't beat that shit.
UAE, where the U.S. has a military base at Al Dhafra, about the same number as it fired toward Israel. Actually, about 100 ballistic missiles were fired toward Israel yesterday, according to the IDF. So this was actually more missiles fired at UAE. Iran has expanded its response, even firing missiles at Oman, which tried to negotiate that last-minute nuclear deal and avoid war. Qatar received about 65 Iranian missiles since yesterday, and Bahrain approximately 35. And explosions have been heard in eastern Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, today. Israel, meantime, has increased its airstrikes and says it will now target Iran's nuclear facilities, and just moments ago hit the headquarters of the IRGC and barracks in Tehran. That is where the massacre of last month's Iranian protesters was organized and carried out. Smoke has been seen rising from near Iran's state broadcasting facility in Tehran. And in terms of the U.S. operation yesterday, the U.S. military, we learned, carried out 900 strikes in 12 hours. 10 to 15 senior leaders of the Iranian government and military were killed in that Israeli strike on Ali Khamenei's compound. Multiple sources tell me that the start of the operation, the joint operation, had to be moved up based on intelligence and this target of opportunity, a meeting at Khamenei's compound. Quote, there was a deliberate decision to accelerate the timeline. That is why the U.S. and Israel took the unusual decision to strike during the daytime to achieve the element of surprise and to target this meeting. Normally, the U.S. military would not launch an operation like this during the day. The meeting accelerated the timeline, I'm told. This was a massive, wildly bold daytime attack, a senior U.S. defense official told me. It caught the senior leadership off guard and on a Saturday morning during Ramadan and on Shabbat in the daytime. We hit the senior leaders right out of the gate, I was told. But some survived, including, as I mentioned, Ali Larijani, the man to watch, and Iran's president, who issued a statement just moments ago. Griff?
Yeah, and Jennifer, you mentioned what we're watching, what Larijani will do now. And, you know, I think we've focused so much on the IRGC, but would Larijani possibly try and go after or try to activate the Basij? People haven't talked much about the Basij, and it's important to understand that is a strong militia that could be sympathetic to the IRGC within Iran.
Absolutely. The Basij are like the internal police, this state police that are really very vicious and were responsible for a lot of the killing of those 32,000 protesters who were killed in December and January in Iran. The Basij are still a factor. Remember, we've talked about this in the past, but in the early days of the Iraq War, a lot of those security forces just took off their uniforms and floated away and then reorganized and came back and began carrying out terror attacks. Now, the difference this time is the U.S. will not be occupying Iran. They don't have ground forces that are going in, so there won't be any targets inside Iran. But those Basij and the paranoia that's been created over decades of theocracy and state control and authoritarianism in Iran is going to make it may be one of the reasons you're not seeing people come out quite in the large numbers that you might expect after such strikes on their behalf. But I think people are scared, and they have a right to be scared that they were slaughtered in the last 2 months. So what you're also likely to see, Griff, is the IRGC launch through proxies, through sleeper cells around the world, targets of opportunity. They tend to fight asymmetrically with terror attacks, and that is what I would expect to see: assassinations, terror attacks, but it won't happen immediately. It'll be when we let down our guard. And I think the strategy right now, from what I am observing, is that Iran is firing missiles at all of the states surrounding in the region, all of the states that host U.S. military bases, trying to create so much chaos that there's maybe pressure at the UN or elsewhere calling for a stop to the war. And if they think they can just survive these initial strikes and then regroup, that is their strategy at this point. But I'm not sure it's going to work, because it's really mobilized all those strikes on UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia has just mobilized those nations to prepare to engage Iran at this time.
Jennifer, there's been a lot of people commenting at the level of intel that the U.S. and especially Israel had prior to this attack, that it's really been impressive. So they've taken out this leadership. You talk about the leaders that are left behind. Based on the intel that they have, I mean, do they think that this B team, or I don't know, maybe this is the C team that's left behind. Do they have the ability, the authority, the capacity to do what the A team could do? I'm just curious if that was taken into account. Like, why weren't they also taken out? And then also the security, the special security forces that you and Griff were talking about.
Well, I think, first of all, Ali Larijani would be part of the A team. So some of the A team did survive. And that is what's dangerous in these kind of strikes. We've seen with Hezbollah and elsewhere that there are usually follow-on strikes, and usually the person who moves up in the rankings, they then have the bullseye on their back. Obviously, the U.S. and Israel have excellent intelligence. This could not have been carried out without human intelligence on the ground. They've been mapping these sites that they targeted for months, if not years. But in terms of the human intelligence that would have led to knowing that a meeting was taking place of 10 to 15 top leaders, I mean, you can't underestimate the impact, and also the impact of killing Ali Khamenei, who is the spiritual leader. That was, literally, as Ali Larijani said, a knife in the heart of those who followed him. So this was a very significant strike. It is not over, and there are still remaining leaders, and certainly they're going to be very careful about how they move around. But as soon as the U.S. and Israel can suppress the air defense systems, and they're in the process of doing that, they're going to have a lot easier time than flying their air forces over Iranian territory, and then it becomes a lot harder for those leaders to hide. But that is still a few days off, I'm told. And in terms of the besieged, in terms of the IRGC, I mean, you're talking thousands of people who are in, if not 150,000 people who are in those security forces and who are believers, true believers, and who are willing to die, and suicide bombers and whatever have you. That is very hard to target. You can target their headquarters, you can target their leadership, but this is complicated. And remember, there are a lot of allies in Iraq. Iraq has a lot of Shia militias. We just heard that some of them have fired some missiles at some of the neighboring states as well, and they also are firing at a U.S. base in Erbil right now. So this is very complicated. There are Shia Muslims around the world there are many who will celebrate the end, if this in fact is the end of the theocracy in Iran. Many of those people who went into exile, the dissidents who left after the Shah's regime fell. But there are also many who supported that regime and believe that this was a strike on Shia Islam.
Jennifer Griffin, great reporting last 24 hours especially. Thank you.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, now to Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst, live in Tel Aviv. Good morning, Trey. What is going on there now?
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Throughout the morning, we've heard air raid sirens sounding across Israel's second largest city. The Iranians still trying to respond. In the distance, you can still hear some of those car alarms going off after those incoming missiles were intercepted overhead. We are getting some new video from the Israelis, who launched a fresh round of strikes into the heart of Tehran this morning, going after a very specific building. Exclusively, an Israeli intelligence official tells Fox News that the building you see blown up here in the Iranian capital was used by the IRGC as a command center during the demonstrations earlier this year, as a place to order the crackdown against protesters. This official says that the specific location was used to command the massacring of protesters. Again, though, the Iranians have been responding over the past 24 hours. Overnight, we arrived at a scene of a direct missile impact here in Tel Aviv. A building was completely destroyed, and for blocks there was damage just due to the blast radius from this explosion. One woman was killed in that building. Another woman nearby died running to a shelter. And when you step back here and you look at the amount of air defense that's being used to shoot down these missiles, it's not easy for the Israelis, but so far they have been quite successful. We do know Ali Larijani, the Supreme National Security Council leader in Iran, is threatening to renew strikes on Israel and regional countries, saying that Iran fired missiles at the United States and Israel yesterday, and today we will hit them with a force they have never experienced before. Well, President Trump is hearing those threats directly and warning the Iranian regime to stand down. The president posting to Truth Social overnight saying Iran just stated that they are going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever been hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. The region waiting to see what comes next. The exchange of fire continues here on the ground, and the majority of the Israeli population, 10 million people, spending most of the day in bomb shelters. Guys?
Trey, obviously nobody has covered this more closely than on the ground than you have. Is there anything, what if anything, have you been surprised by in terms of the response, not necessarily by Iran, but by Iran's allies and proxies?
Well, the Iranians are directly targeting not just Israeli civilian population centers, but also Gulf countries. There is significant damage in Qatar, in the UAE, in Bahrain, Kuwait. And it shows that the Iranians, as Jennifer put it yesterday, really miscalculated their response, because now they are drawing in regional countries that maybe before were hesitant to allow the United States to use their airspace or even possibly directly participate in the strikes against Iran. And so there's a lot of questions on the table about whether or not these countries will get more directly involved. The Emiratis today were warning that they will not tolerate these missile barrages against their countries, and civilians are being injured in these Gulf countries, allies of the United States. And so that is certainly surprising, but when we look at these threats from the Iranian regime, it's almost as if they are not taking President Trump seriously. And we know that the Americans and the Israelis were working together to meticulously plan this operation that started with a series of airstrikes against Iran, decapitating the Iranian leadership. They took out Iran's supreme leader and 40-plus senior officials in the Iranian regime and the IRGC, and yet still you have leaders like Ali Larijani from Iran's Supreme Council that are saying they're going to hit Israel and the United States even harder. And so this tough talk doesn't last long. We saw similar statements from Iran's supreme leader. He's now dead. And so the president gave Iran a diplomatic off-ramp before this war began. He offered them an olive branch. He said, we're willing to make concessions. I was on a background briefing with a high-ranking U.S. official yesterday who said we offered the Iranians so much, and yet they still were not willing to come to the table in good faith and make a reasonable nuclear deal. And that's not even to mention their ballistic missile program or their support of regional proxies. And so what's left of the Iranian regime leadership, they're still threatening the United States and Israel.
But Trey, isn't that the danger that at this point it's existential for Iran, that, they almost have nothing to lose or don't feel like they can go to the negotiation table and last as leaders there? I want you to answer that question. My other question is, given the fact that President Trump said this is only going to last a couple weeks, and that's what the hope was, does the fact that these other Persian Gulf countries that they've been attacked have had damage and also casualties, does that increase the pressure on the American administration, on the Trump administration, to take care of this quickly before it gets, out of hand?
Great questions, and I'll answer here in two parts. The first question having to do with sort of the broader regional considerations. And look, the Iranians have the ability to launch ballistic missiles. They have short-range ballistic missiles that they are now using to target these Gulf countries. They have drones. They have anti-ship missiles. We understand a tanker was hit in the Persian Gulf overnight. But despite these efforts, they have actually responded in a relatively weak way when you compare their response to the 12-day war. They simply aren't able to launch these ballistic missiles in massive barrages that they could do before. And that is largely in part because the United States and Israel have worked together using their intelligence agencies to monitor the coast of Iran. They've had drones flying back and forth, watching to see if these ballistic missile launchers were going to pop out from underground positions, and then they're hammering them with airstrikes. And so the Iranians are getting off what they can, but they can't sustain this for weeks. This is a matter of days before, first of all, there's air superiority over the entire country of Iran for the United States and Israel. But secondly, Iran's ability to launch large-scale ballistic missile attacks, which is largely seen as their biggest lever to pull. The other question has to do with these Gulf countries and the ability of them to respond. It would not be surprising if they get more directly involved. But what we should note here is the trust that was developed in the region over the past year. we have heard from Gulf leaders speaking about the American administration in a way that they've not talked before about U.S. presidents. President Trump's been able to do something in the region using two of his most important members of the administration, his special envoy Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law Jared Kushner. And they've been able to use back channels to develop a new sense of trust among these Gulf partners. And that led to not only support for the ceasefire in Gaza, Board of Peace participation, but also close coordination as it relates to this war. And so we have to imagine these conversations are continuing each and every day. And I've been talking with regional officials, diplomats in the Gulf, even as recently as yesterday, and they appear confident in President Trump's decision-making and what will come next in this conflict.
All right, I'll tell you this, Trey. If we see Emirati fighter jets striking targets in Tehran, that will be a game changer, to your point about the allied Gulf region participation. Trey Yingst, live on the ground in Tel Aviv. Trey, great reporting as always. Stay safe.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Jonathan, I did want to share this with you and our viewers right here. This is from Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst posting this just now, stating that the Israeli Air Force is now launching a new wave of strikes against Tehran. We had some video that we played out a short time ago of one of those strikes from earlier this morning. But as we continue to take a look at the developments of Operation Epic Fury, I mean, this is not going to let up. President Trump stating that this mission could last days, if not weeks, as we share this new information. Can you talk about, you know, the goals of these military operations, and also on the flip side, Iran continuing to retaliate as well?
Well, I think that's right. I don't think this is going to go away very quickly. First of all, and as far as the strikes are concerned, it's a little unusual that the Israelis are doing strikes. It is roughly 5:30 p.m. In Israel or in Tehran. So it's a little unusual that these strikes would be done at this hour. More of them tend to be done overnight. But what it also shows you, what it also tells you, is that the Israelis and the Americans have air cover. That they have very little concern over Iranian missile defense systems, surface-to-air missiles. So that's one thing that it tells you, but it also tells you that there's a lot of targets. Both the Americans and the Israelis went in to attack both key personnel, and they're trying to get to all of the rocket launchers, because as we've seen, the Iranians have shot missiles and have connected in Dubai, in the UAE, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia. Most of those have caused no damage and have been repelled, but in Dubai they have, and now overnight there was a big attack in Beit Shemesh in Israel, which is about 15 kilometers from Jerusalem. So these attacks are going to continue. This is not something that's going to be over any day, and we don't know yet the full fury of what the Iranian counter-response will be.
And let's talk about the goals from the U.S. and Israel. You were talking about these are very targeted strikes. They're taking a look at weaponry. They're taking a look at some of the top leaders. The supreme leader was killed. 40 of the top leaders were also killed in the initial strike. When we take a look at where Iran stands right now in terms of mission accomplished for the United States and Israel, where do we stand with that?
We don't stand anywhere yet. We don't know. It is far too early. If we want regime change, then the protesters or people in Iran are going to need to take control of at least one or two major institutions of government, most likely the army or the IRGC, which is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Those are really the hardcore people, so it's unlikely that it'll be the IRGC. But if you can get somebody from the army to come out and perhaps meet with the president, who was not one of the people that were killed, then you have a chance for a civil society afterwards, and perhaps, I know the Americans are talking about bringing the former Shah's son in. We are way too soon to be talking about regime change. We've killed the old guard, but the old guard is still there with the slightly younger guard. Right now, there's no regime change.
So, Jonathan, there's a long way to go when we're talking about a regime change. As we take a look, though, in just the next few days or weeks, what are those immediate next steps in order to get to regime change?
Well, I think you're going to see a lot of this stuff continuing. You're going to see, I mean, obviously they need to try to take out as many missile launchers and from both the ballistic missile and the short-term missiles. We have to be very careful about whether or not the Iranians will deploy a dirty bomb. That's a major concern. Out of the country, you also have to worry about whether or not European Iranian sleeper cells will be activated. I don't, from my own discussions with people in the intelligence community, I don't know of any confirmation of sleeper cells in the United States, but I do know of confirmation of sleeper cells in Europe. So we have to be on the lookout for a variety of things. I think we're not ready to negotiate with any individual who might take over the government, and I think that the protesters are going to need to be out in force in Iran, because that also demonstrates to the rest of the world that the people in Iran would like to see regime change as well.
When you talk about the concerns of potentially deploying a dirty bomb, where might they deploy it? Within their own country?
No, most likely Israel. I mean, all they have to do is put nuclear. They don't have to detonate a nuclear weapon. They just have to send one over that might hit or even explode in the air, and then creates fallout all over.
All of this has to do with the nuclear program and Iran refusing to meet the United States at the diplomacy table when we're talking about halting the enrichment of uranium. Can you talk about, the significance of this?
Sure. Well, the Americans were They did a good job in June in destroying, or at least burying, a good deal of the Iranian nuclear weapons program. I'm not sure that it was obliterated. Most people don't really think that, and they had stuff that they had taken away, and they were trying to reconstitute it. I think the Iranians made a tremendous tactical mistake by not actually being forthcoming and trying to negotiate in bits and pieces. But honestly, I'm not sure that this wasn't the ultimate goal anyway. What we had been looking at during the negotiations with the Iranians on the nuclear weapons program looked remarkably close to what had been negotiated by Obama in the JCPOA that President Trump walked away from in 2018. So I'm not sure that the ultimate goal was really a nuclear negotiation. I think this was probably closer to what the Trump ultimate goal was.
Jonathan, as we continue to look ahead, is there any particular aspect of all of this that you're keeping a very close eye on?
Yes, there are a couple of things. One is what happens outside of the region. As I said, sleeper cells in Europe or other things. Is there going to be larger escalation with the countries, in particular the countries that have U.S. bases, which would be the UAE, Bahrain, and Qatar? And of course the Saudis. I mean, people sometimes forget the Persian Gulf is kind of like a U or a V, and you have the Iranian on one side, and you have the Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, and a little bit of Iraq on the other side. So missiles going across that Gulf are the Saudi oil fields, the UAE oil fields are all pretty exposed. Now they're also heavily defended, but they're also pretty exposed. So if things get desperate, will the Iranians, in desperation, try to attack the oil fields of the Saudis and the UAE, Kuwait, and Iraq that are in that area?
All right, Jonathan, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, the conflict in the Middle East has escalated again overnight, with both US troops and Israeli citizens killed amid the deepening crisis in Iran. 3 US service members have been confirmed dead and 5 more seriously injured as Iran retaliates over the US and Israeli military operation.
As the world reacts to the death of Iran's supreme leader, celebrations here in Australia have been tinged with grief as the death toll rises among Iranian civilians. The conflict has thrown international travel into chaos, with flights grounded across the Middle East, leaving thousands of passengers stranded. We'll have all the updates and reaction you need this morning, starting with our Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran in Tel Aviv. Matt, good morning. What's the latest?
Emma, good morning. That news coming through from US Central Command that there had been 3 US personnel killed as a result of their involvement in this mission has certainly elevated this. Donald Trump, the US president, had been warning that there could be the risk of American lives being lost, and these are the first. We do not know any details as to exactly where this has happened in the Middle East region, be it on a ship or potentially some of those US bases which had been targeted by Iran in those retaliatory strikes. But it is certainly going to resonate with the American people, and we would certainly expect Donald Trump to be making some sort of comment about that and in this operation which the US has dubbed Operation Epic Fury. When it comes to the situation here in Israel, we have seen more barrages of Iranian missiles overnight Australia time, including one which has hit the community of Beit Shemesh. That is around 20 to 25 kilometres outside of Jerusalem, about a third of the way between Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. There are at least 9 people who have been killed in that attack. Search operations are still underway to see if anyone else is buried beneath the rubble of what appear to be residential buildings there, and dozens of people have been injured. So that is the most significant strike on Israeli soil since this war began yesterday morning local time. We did see 1 woman killed in a strike which hit in central Tel Aviv. Again, a residential building being hit there and dozens also being injured. But this Beit Shemesh incident is certainly the most serious, and it has prompted this comment from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that this is only the beginning of Israel's aggression against Iran.
Yesterday, we eliminated the tyrant Khamenei. Together with him, we eliminated dozens of senior officials in the regime of oppression. Our forces are now striking in the heart of Tehran with growing intensity, and this will only increase in the coming days. However, these are painful days. Yesterday, here in Tel Aviv, and now in Beit Shemesh, we lost dear people.
That's the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in a video released by his office. He is speaking from the roof of the Kiryat, the Israel Defense Forces headquarters here in central Tel Aviv. He has, of course, mentioned the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, which was confirmed by the US President Donald Trump last night, local time, and then additionally confirmed by Iranian state media. There has been an outpouring of grief from some of his supporters within Iran, taking to the streets, mourning his death, but also celebrations not only in Iran itself, but among the Iranian diaspora right around the world, including in Australia. He is not the only senior Iranian official who has been killed in these strikes, as well as targeting Iranian military facilities and missile launches and the like. We have seen a number of senior Iranian defense officials killed in Israeli and US strikes over the last 2 days or so. They are certainly intensifying from the reports that we are currently seeing coming out of Iran. But one person who has made an appearance since then is the Iranian president, and he is warning that the United States and that Israel will face the consequences for killing Iran's supreme leader.
The United States and Israel should know that this will bring them nothing but shame. Our dear nation, who are mourning the passing of this great martyr today, with their presence and their participation in mosques and on streets, we must join hands and thwart the evil plans of the enemies.
Yeah, we have not heard from Mike Pompeo yet. The former Secretary of State now joins our coverage here. Also, Fox News contributor. Sir, welcome to our coverage here, and thank you for your time. Give us your assessment of what you're seeing unfold. And if you could, can you please explain to our audience, in your view, what does success look like here?
Well, Bill and Dan, it's great to be here with you on this truly historic day. President Trump's decision to finally take out this massive threat to the United States of America is long overdue and necessary. And it appears now, just a dozen hours into this, largely successful to date. It doesn't mean there won't be problems ahead, but make no mistake about it. If you just look at the balance of what's happened in the first dozen hours, apparently one civilian death, in spite of the Iranians firing into half a dozen Muslim countries. These are their Muslim nations being attacked by the Iranians, but largely ineffective so far. Second, a big coalition has developed as a result of that. The Europeans are closer to where they need to be. The Gulf Arab states are now saying, yep, they understand the real threat comes from Iran and not from Jerusalem. And you've seen the United States demonstrate its power in just the opening hours to take on hundreds of targets in a massive salvo. So, the first 12 hours, I think President Trump will be quite happy with the outcome. There is a lot more work to do. And, when you think about how this ends, I'll say, first of all, how it shouldn't end. It shouldn't end with the administration and the world deciding enough is enough and the Ayatollah can stay in power and let's go cut a deal through the Omanis. That would be a really dangerous outcome for the Iranian people, for the Gulf, and for the United States of America. This ends with the regime in tatters, with institutional trust broken, and the Ayatollah no longer in control. It ends with the Iranian people now doing all the good work that they need to do, and it ends with a nation that no matter who ends up taking control in the days after the fall of this regime, that they no longer have the capacity to threaten the world's oil and energy that moves through the Strait of Hormuz, to threaten the United States of America with a ballistic missile program, and never ever get their hands on any nuclear material, let alone a nuclear weapon.
Sir,
that's how this needs to end, and I'm confident that's how it'll end.
I apologize for interruption. I thought you were finished with your thought there. U.S. Central Command now reporting, by the way, this is their part of the world. This is their jurisdiction, CENTCOM. Forces successfully defending against hundreds of Iranian missile and drone attacks. Another headline, CENTCOM, there has been no reports of a single U.S. casualty or combat-related injury. One more, Dana. Damage to U.S. installations minimal. It has not impacted operations. That from U.S. Central Command.
And wondering, Mr. Secretary, if you could just explain a little bit more about, since October 3rd, 2020, October 7th, 2023, when the Iran-backed Hamas went after Israel, the region's never been the same. And I think that the leadership of Iran, to the extent that they still exist, is probably looking back on that day and saying that was a huge mistake because it changed everything. You mentioned a little bit about some of the Gulf states at least helping us or asking for our help as they're being attacked. Could you speak more to that, about how the changes in the region, maybe even like since the Abraham Accords, for example, have changed the posture so that this is now a possibility to remove that regime and just to change the Middle East going forward? I mean, it's quite significant.
Oh, Dana, you hit on a really important point. You're absolutely right. 2 points, actually. The Abraham Accords had begun to deliver from President Trump's first administration on a different model for the region, where nations understood Israel's fundamental right to exist. And then October 7th, where the whole world was had the mask lifted and could see the evil of the Iranians, as was demonstrated by the Hamas folks who terrorized Israel for a few hours and killed thousands of people in Israel. Now the Gulf states understand that the United States will be with them. We need to continue to provide to every one of them the Patriot missile defense systems, more missiles to defend themselves, because the Iranians will continue to try and launch and attack their countries. We need to provide them the intelligence so that they can be secure and safe from Iran. And when we do that, you will see a fundamentally changed Middle East. And that is a really important thing for the United States of America, a really good thing for our security. We are safer now, 12 hours in to this attack by the United States of America and Israel than we were just 12 hours ago, because this risk that's been sitting on top of us since 1979 is now closer to the end.
Sir, Iranian leadership telling us they cannot confirm, the senior leadership, is alive. That's what they're reporting at this hour. The Ayatollah has been in power since 1989, this current Ayatollah, 86 years old. What does it suggest to you that we have not heard about a proof of life about him, his whereabouts for the past 10, 11 hours, I would say, right now?
Well, Bill, it's hard to know. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. But the fact that none of the senior Iranian officials have come out suggests at least that there's a lot of concern on their part, right? They have no idea who the fellow sitting next to them is, if they turn out to be working from Jerusalem or it's one of theirs. And then second, I'm sure all of them did not make it through the night, and that the intelligence was sufficient to allow the Israeli and American forces to take down the will of the Iranian leadership to continue this fight. And so as President Trump said, we want the Iranian people to be successful, we want the Iranian leadership to fall, and we want those who are in between trying to figure out which side to be on. Don't pick the Chinese, don't pick the Russians, don't pick the Ayatollah. Be with Western civilization, be decent, be a normal nation, and you too can live a wonderful life with your family and not suffer under Ayatollah as you have for so long.
Hopefully they get that message. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. It's great to have you on America's Newsroom in this special edition this afternoon.
Thanks.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
No, you didn't hear snoring. I know that because, one, I wasn't snoring, and two, the microphone has been muted. But I am a little miffed as to why this did not do what it was supposed to do.
The Gulf states wanted to stay out of it, as Brett said. So they did not even allow us to use their bases in a number of cases. Now they're into it. They've been attacked, and not just our bases, but civilian areas as well.
Now that Iran's supreme leader is gone, the question on everyone's mind, both in the Middle East and here in the U.S., is what comes next. Here with me now is retired U.S. Army General David Petraeus and former Presidential Special Envoy Brett McGurk. It's an honor to have you both here. We are at the wall because I think it will really help people understand what we have seen and what we're going to see next. And I'll start with you, General Petraeus, in terms of the strike targets inside Iran. What were U.S. forces able and Israeli forces able to get, and what do you think they're going for next?
Well, of course, this is a massive operation. There were hundreds of Israeli aircraft, hundreds of American aircraft, hundreds of cruise missiles coming out of ships, submarines, and so forth. And the focus, the Israelis, it appears, was largely on the regime leaders. And of course, they had extraordinary success in taking out the supreme leader and a number of the other most important figures in the regime. Really quite stunning. In fact, it's particularly stunning that the arrogance of the Iranians, that they all gathered together for meetings, presuming that we didn't attack in the early morning hours like we normally do, and therefore they had a period of daylight during which they could come together and talk. The U.S., meanwhile, was going largely after the air and ballistic missile defenses that are left in Iran, and then the missile and other retaliatory capabilities. And again, keep in mind that there were hundreds of targets by each of the Israeli and U.S. forces. So a really extraordinary amount of ordnance being dropped and going in as cruise missiles as well. And it appears to have been very, very devastating in a lot of ways, but still always an ability to retaliate with both the longer range that could reach Israel and then the shorter range, of which they have a substantial number that can reach across the Gulf.
Yeah, I mean, and we're seeing that happen. We just were reporting on devastation in Beersheba, which is outside of Jerusalem. That's a pretty big target. And what does that tell you about what is still left in the Iranian arsenal?
Sure, we should understand that even in the 12-day war, with all of the ballistic missile and air defenses that we assembled, and they're very considerable, and we've done it again now. It's not just the Patriots and the terminal high-altitude air defense systems that are on the ground, but also all the ships have Patriot-like systems. There are planes flying to try to take out missiles and drones and so forth. So this is a very, very comprehensive effort, and it's all integrated with the host nations and with Israel, to be sure. But even then, 5 to 7% of the missiles got through during the 12-day war, and if they hit, unfortunately, as the one did that you reported on earlier, there can be a pretty big amount of devastation.
And then, Brett, what does it tell you about the fact that Iran is retaliating the way it is when it comes to who's actually in charge now?
It's a great question. You know, George Kennan, a great diplomat, said war once initiated has a momentum of its own. You don't know exactly where it's going to go. I think over Iran right now, very importantly, look, the United States and Israel has complete not just air superiority, but air dominance, and they're still targeting leaders. This is still going on. We're still doing waves of strikes. So whoever might step up into a leadership role is very vulnerable. The Iranians have announced they have a constitutional process. Remember, they've only had one secession in their entire history since 1979. So this is really an uncharted territory. They have a secession process under their constitution, a council of the president, the chief justice, and a cleric to be named. They say who's running the country now, but those people haven't been seen. Ali Larijani, who's a key advisor to the supreme leader for many decades, he's likely making some decisions. But what I'm seeing Iran do, they're firing off missiles. This was probably a pre-cooked plan for when they were attacked. It's unclear who is making strategic decisions, and they're making some mistakes, Dan. They're attacking civilian areas of the Gulf, and the Gulf states, the GCC states there, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, are uniting. And I would watch this over the coming days. Do they actually, their air forces are now engaged in defense. Do they actually join in some attacks into Iran in self-defense? I think that's a key question. That was not, I think, on my bingo card when this started. I think the Gulf wanted to stay out of it. They're being drawn in, so that's something to watch over the coming days.
A big mistake, I think, actually, Dana, because again, the Gulf states that they have been attacking the Gulf states. The Gulf states wanted to stay out of it, as Brett said. So they did not even allow us to use their bases in a number of cases. Now they're into it. They've been attacked, and not just our bases, but civilian areas as well. And so they're going to take place now with the defensive measures. As Brett mentioned, we have aircraft in the sky now. I'm sure they're being integrated by the Combined Air Operations Center. And if that continues, they're going to probably take further measures.
I want to talk about the chaos and instability in the region, obviously militarily, but also economically. I mean, if you see the Strait of Hormuz, which is right there, I mean, that's a key geographical location for a lot of these countries.
Well, 20% of global trade, 80% of Iran's oil, of course, goes to Asia and China. China has a big interest here. And I have just one geostrategic issue. Russia and China, very quiet here. Mm-hmm. And of course, they're very much strategic partners of Iran, very quiet. I think that's very telling. Yeah, we'd expect when oil markets open, the price of oil is going to go up, I think, fairly significantly. We'll see. OPEC met today. They announced they're going to be increasing production. But look, think about escalation dominance in a conflict like this. If Iran makes moves in the Straits of Hormuz, as they're threatening, they targeted some tankers today, U.S. Air Forces have escalation dominance here. We can target Iran wherever we want. So Iran has to be calculating that. To the extent Iranian leaders are even thinking strategically, they seem to be just firing off their missiles without a strategic plan, and that shows real disarray in their chain of command.
Yeah, maybe a result of all the leaders taken out. They're just acting on pre-decision that they were authorized before. But again, 20% of the world's crude oil and 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas come right through the strait. There's already a report that the traffic is down by some 50 to 70%. And then, as Brett mentioned, there was a ship attacked right in here. And that's going to, Maersk has announced that they're stopping going through here and also through the strait. That
the Iranians attacked their own shadow fleet ship.
Surrogate as well. So we'll see an effect, but it likely will be a short-term effect. It will not be enduring unless there's some really significant escalation, say mining of the Strait of Hormuz that for some reason requires longer than normal to clear.
Joining us now to discuss is CNN Global Affairs analyst Kimberly Dozier and CNN military analyst Cedric Layton. Cedric, I want to go to you first on this news we got from Nick Robertson that Saudi Arabia is now authorized to get involved in this conflict. I mean, things seem to really be escalating here.
So is Kuwait.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Pamela, and good morning to you again. There is a real relationship here that is very intricate, between the Saudis on the one hand and the other countries that they're dealing with, and especially Iran. On one, sometimes you have the Iranians and the Saudis reach a rapprochement. That rapprochement is definitely over at this particular point in time. There are reports that MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, had actually secretly agreed to let this operation go forward without using Saudi airspace. But even without using Saudi airspace, Iran is still getting the Saudis involved, attacking Saudi facilities, attacking Gulf state facilities of countries like Qatar and Bahrain and the UAE. Yeah. And that is something that is really angering the Saudis and their Gulf Cooperation Council partners, which those other countries are part of. So this is definitely a point in which things are escalating, and it is very clear that the Saudis are not happy with what Iran is doing.
Kim, help us understand why Iran is attacking the Gulf states. Because one might think doing that would further isolate themselves and it could backfire. I mean, it's going beyond just the military bases in those countries.
Yeah, this was something that Gulf leaders had warned of in the run-up to any potential military action. They have a number of U.S. targets in them, both the U.S. bases, but also U.S. commercial interests. And the fact of the matter is the Gulf countries have tried to walk this narrow line of being Iran's
This is no excuse for hitting the hotel in Dubai.
Iran on one side and trading with them, and also
no American
very
troops.
Large
and
U.S.
no
military
American
bases to
investment
operate in their territory.
in
So
that
they always
hotel.
knew they were going to be in the firing line. One of the other things that's happened because of this ongoing warfare and targeting of some of the ports is that container ships and oil tankers have basically dropped anchor, and there are hundreds frozen at various points along the Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, waiting for some of this to die down. If one of those would somehow get struck by collateral fire, it's dangerous environmentally. It's eventually going to affect global oil prices. Now, we've heard that oil producers are going to increase the amount of oil on the market for a short period of time in response to the warfare, but soon Americans and others could be feeling the results of this war in their pocketbook. Could take a few weeks, but this is not done yet in terms of the targets being struck.
We have breaking news. The president is giving an update on social media about the strikes in Iran. Let's take a listen.
Over the past 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now it was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization. They have waged war against civilization itself. Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now again the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have done things that others are unable to do. But it's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons, would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions are right, and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America," or "Death to Israel," or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
And again, you were just listening to President Trump delivering a message for the first time on social media since those strikes in Iran. We're going to bring in ABC's Selena Wang, who's near Mar-a-Lago. Selena, we just heard the president say that he's hit hundreds of targets, 9 Iran Navy ships and other buildings. He said the Ayatollah is dead, responsible for the slaughter of thousands of people. And most notably, President Trump there said that he is sending our immense love and gratitude to the families of the injured and fallen soldiers. Then he went on to say that there will likely be more. Selena, this is the first time we're hearing from the president since his initial video announcing the strike. What did you make of his message?
Well, first of all, let's just acknowledge that the president made this announcement through his own social media account on a video. He did not invite the press pool to witness those remarks and to ask questions, as the president often does. And also worth pointing out that there were no Trump administration officials on the Sunday shows this weekend. So there have been really no opportunities for groups of reporters and journalists to press this administration about this operation. And some notable points from the president there. As you mentioned, this is the first time the president is publicly addressing the death of 3 American service members as part of this Operation Epic Fury. And the president saying that, quote, there will likely be more U.S. casualties. Remember, this is a president who had campaigned on ending these wars in the Middle East, who not launching new ones and bringing troops back home. But right after these remarks, right after the strikes, I remember the president had already warned Americans that there could be more, that there could be U.S. casualties. Also important there, the president said that combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. Again, this is an open-ended commitment. Unclear if this is going to be days, weeks, or even months. The president also saying that the entire military command is gone. Many of them want to surrender. They're calling by the thousands.
All right, Selena Wang, thank you. I know you'll be up on this. Thank you for that update.
Welcome back with continuing live coverage of breaking news of the U.S. and Israeli military strikes on Iran. Iranians took to the streets of Tehran and other cities across Iran in celebration, following news that longtime dictator Ali Khamenei was killed. Joining me now is His Royal Highness, the exiled former Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, live from an undisclosed location this morning. Your Highness, thank you very much for being here. Wow, we are at this day, we have been together many times in the last several years talking about this. Your reaction to Khomeini dead and this U.S.-Israeli strike against Iran?
Maria, there's no question that this is the game changer we've been waiting for all this time. The jubilation of Iranians at home and abroad shows how much people were hoping for this moment. And I join millions of Iranians thanking President Trump for taking this into action and delivering on his promise. We are so elated of the fact that now we have the beginning of the very end of the regime, because at least we are going to see more and more decimation of this regime, which can only equal the playing field so that the Iranian people could come back to the streets and claim their country back from this hated regime.
And that is exactly what President Trump has been telling and messaging to the Iranian people: take back your country. How can they do that, sir?
Well, Maria, this is time now for a very strong, stable transition. I am leading this transition. I have the support of millions of Iranian people. I have the people inside the country that are joining and broadening the coalition of forces that will be at play in filling the boxes. The military will side with us, and we have a plan of action and a transition plan. As a matter of fact, I'm glad to hear what Senator Fetterman was saying. It's music to my ears. I always thought that it should be a bipartisan issue when it comes to America's national security interests as well as business opportunities in the future, because we as Iranians look at America as our best partner in reconstructing ourselves. You know, the president says MAGA, we say MIGA, make Iran great again. And in that sense, I think that a different Iran that now will be at peace with the region, work with our neighbors, will bring an element of stability, will be good for American national security, but most importantly, an opportunity to be successful in terms of economic growth and what have you. Just by a change that we hope to bring to the table, that will be probably over $1 trillion worth of impact and revenue to the American economy just by Iran's market being open to America, and how much we stand to benefit from billions of dollars willing to be invested into Iran. All that was needed was for this regime to no longer be there, and I think that is something that should be important to America and Iran both.
So where does this transition leave the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, where leadership there is still vowing revenge? How does this transitional government look when you have Persians, Shia, Sunni, secular government? What do you envision?
Well, Maria, obviously, I think this campaign is this time something not just to set back the Iranian nuclear program or anything like that. This is like full decapitation of the regime, and ultimately what will expedite its total collapse. The Iranian people has suffered too much to settle for anything less than that. But as soon as the transition plan is put into gear, we want to make sure that we address the issue immediately, to make sure that we have the ability to have a stable process, to obviously lead to ultimately a democratic outcome so the Iranian people get to choose their future government and system. What we need to do now is to make sure that we bring all the elements that can help that process into place. I was talking earlier today with Senator Lindsey Graham, who's a good friend of Iran. In fact, people now call him lovingly Uncle Lindsey for his position. And he talked to me earlier saying that he would try to organize a bipartisan group at Senate level for us to present that plan. Both the administration and Congress will understand better what we have in mind and get more into the details. You and I had talked about the IPP project, Iran Prosperity Project, before, and the first 100-day, critically important of how we do that for the initial transition. I've been working with a number of Iranians from across the spectrum that are united on this purpose. We have the most diverse coalition of people dedicated to that process, representing different parts of the country, including religious minorities, ethnic groups that are all aligned in this national project that we have. So I feel extremely confident that we get this into place and make sure that we can fill the vacuum, and that unlike other scenarios that did not pan out so well, example, post-Saddam Hussein de-Baathification, the Iranian scenario is very different than that. It's different than Venezuela. We do have an absolutely ironclad plan in mind. Of course, what's critical is the more this regime is totally weakened and it collapses, whatever remains behind is not part of the solution, and they are incorporated into our transition, in the civilian bureaucracy as well as the military and security forces.
Okay, we will be watching all of that. And how long would you expect your transitional leadership to be?
Well, Maria, I think that to be realistic, from the time that we start until the day we can have the final referendum, I anticipate a period that should not be longer than a couple of years at the most. But what's critical is the first 100 days to immediately stabilize the country, the Iranian economic situation, that the apparatus of governments remain as intact as possible, so the functioning of the country continues to be in place while we bring all the components that makes us bring the country to a position where we come out of it at the very end with the choice that people will have to make, and will be proposed various plans in the Constitutional Assembly, which is the entity that will, of course, debate all these issues.
Well, that would be an incredible day to see a free election in Iran once again. Reza Pahlavi, thank you, sir.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
We are facing an act of aggression, and obviously we have every right to defend ourselves.
We've been hit. We've been hit.
History unfolding in the Middle East. The U.S. and Israel carrying out an unprecedented military operation, crippling Tehran's leadership by taking out Iran's supreme leader, along with dozens of other top officials.
The devastating blow to Iran's Islamic regime, a result of one of the largest military operations in the history of modern warfare, with 900 U.S. strikes in just 12 hours, using 2 aircraft carriers, 3 destroyers, and B-2 stealth bombers, in striking at least 500 Iranian targets.
We've already seen dozens of U.S. military bases targeted with retaliatory strikes as Iran vows revenge.
President Trump urging Iran not to return fire or face, quote, force that has never been seen before.
The sentiment for Iranian Americans across the globe, elation. Celebrations erupting after the strikes came down in what could be the best hope for relief from the Islamic regime's reign in decades. We begin this morning with Jennifer Griffin to walk us through this history-making mission. And good morning, Jennifer. It's really quite remarkable when you look at the total package.
Griff, very remarkable, but also a complicated picture emerging this morning. The Iranian leadership that did survive, and there are a few leaders that did survive, the president as well as Ali Larijani, who's very powerful in Iran, have threatened the U.S. and threatened to attack 27 U.S. bases across the Middle East. And we've been seeing a lot of those missiles flying into neighboring countries. A mob also tried to storm the U.S. embassy in Baghdad, and Pakistani security forces used batons to push back an angry crowd threatening the U.S. consulate in Karachi, Pakistan. Both Iraq and Pakistan, of course, have large Shia Muslim populations. And British Defense Secretary John Healey said 2 missiles had been fired towards Cyprus, where the British Army has service members stationed. In Tehran, following the announcement of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, there were spontaneous outbursts of celebration on the one hand, but also some crowds chanting today in downtown Tehran, "Death to America." Not clear if these were spontaneous or organized protests, but you can assume that the remnants of the regime and the IRGC IRGC will want to present a united front, suggesting that the regime will survive. The man to watch is Ali Larijani, the head of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. He just gave an interview in which he described the killing of Ali Khamenei as extremely painful, threatening revenge. Quote, "The United States and the Zionists have burned the heart of the Iranian people, and we will burn their hearts." Meantime, Iran managed to fire more than 300 missiles at the UAE, where the U.S. has a military base at Al Dhafra, about the same number as it fired toward Israel. Actually, about 100 ballistic missiles were fired toward Israel yesterday, according to the IDF. So this was actually more missiles fired at UAE. Iran has expanded its response, even firing missiles at Oman, which tried to negotiate that last-minute nuclear deal and avoid war. Qatar received about 65 Iranian missiles since yesterday, and Bahrain approximately 35. And explosions have been heard in eastern Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, today. Israel, meantime, has increased its airstrikes and says it will now target Iran's nuclear facilities, and just moments ago hit the headquarters of the IRGC and barracks in Tehran. That is where the massacre of last month's Iranian protesters was organized and carried out. Smoke has been seen rising from
Hostile
near
aircraft intrusion.
facility in
Buqata,
Tehran. And in
El
terms
Rom,
of the U.S.
Mas'ade.
operation yesterday, the U.S. military, we learned, carried out 900 strikes in 12 hours. 10 to 15 senior leaders of the Iranian government and military were killed in that Israeli strike on Ali Khamenei's compound. Multiple sources tell me that the start of the operation, the joint operation, had to be moved up based on intelligence and this target of opportunity, a meeting at Khamenei's compound. Quote, "There was a deliberate decision to accelerate the timeline. That is why the U.S. and Israel took the unusual decision to strike during the daytime to achieve the element of surprise and to target this meeting. Normally, the U.S. military would not launch an operation like this during the day. The meeting accelerated the timeline, I'm told. This was a massive, wildly bold daytime attack, a senior U.S. defense official told me. It caught the senior leadership off guard and on a Saturday morning during Ramadan and on Shabbat in the daytime. We hit the senior leaders right out of the gate, I was told. But some survived, including, as I mentioned, Ali Larijani, the man to watch, and Iran's president, who issued a statement just moments ago. Griff?
Yeah, and Jennifer, you mentioned what we're watching, what Larijani will do now. And, you know, I think we've focused so much on the IRGC, but would Larijani possibly try and go after or try to activate the Basij? People haven't talked much about the Basij, and it's important to understand that is a strong militia that could be sympathetic to the IRGC within Iran.
Absolutely. The Basij are like the internal police, this state police that are really very vicious and were responsible for a lot of the killing of those 32,000 protesters who were killed in December and January in Iran. The Basij are still a factor. Remember, we've talked about this in the past, but in the early days of the Iraq.
All right, folks, you have been, well, mooned once again. And yeah, we're mooning you and all of humanity simultaneously here. We are working on our settings for the blood moon, and at the present time, I think Racer and I agree that this is the amount of contrast, exposure, so on and so forth, that we want for that. So hopefully everybody is happy with that view of the moon. Here in about 48 hours, that's going to be changing to more of a somewhere along the lines 680 nanometer range as it turns red with a blood moon. I've already checked the weather. We may have some cloud cover here and there, but we should be good most of the time. All right, I got a call. All right. All right, guys, there's 216 of you in here. I've got Jimmy from Brooklyn on the horn right now, live out of Brooklyn. So we got two options. We can do live with Jimmy from Brooklyn right now, or we can schedule it for tomorrow. You guys tell me what you want to do. So put it in the chat now or tomorrow, since we're in the middle of the war coverage here. And maybe I should just do it here as a poll and see what you guys want to do. I mean, I know you want to hear Jimmy. Let's just... Oh, actually, Jimmy, I got to do it tomorrow, dude. I don't have a microphone to get you in. Well, I could. Yeah, I got to. Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll look at that. All right, thank you. Have a good night. All right, we're going to do it tomorrow, folks.
War. A lot of those security forces just took off their uniforms and floated away, and then reorganized and came back and began carrying out terror attacks. Now, the difference this time is the U.S. will not be occupying Iran. They don't have ground forces that are going in, so there won't be any targets inside Iran. But those Basij and the paranoia that's been created over decades of theocracy and state control and authoritarianism in Iran is going to make it may be one of the reasons you're not seeing people come out quite in the large numbers that you might expect after such strikes on their behalf. But I think people are scared, and they have a right to be scared that they were slaughtered in the last 2 months. So what you're also likely to see, Griff, is the IRGC launch through proxies, through sleeper cells around the world, targets of opportunity. They tend to fight asymmetrically with terror.
folks in the live chat here. My chat could stop freezing. That'd be great. Thanks to
Falcon 9 tanks are pressing for the start of strong back retract.
Thanks to SpaceX for bringing in that audio now. Hear those call outs for the final few minutes of the count. A good view of the Falcon 9 rocket here. Also, thanks to Lando R2N for the $2 super chat, who says, let's go.
Strong back retract has started.
Good call out from SpaceX. Also, thanks to Ward TWY Ford for the $2 super chat as well. It says, go SpaceX, go Falcon. You could see those clamp arms just beneath the payload fairings opening up now. Soon that large truss structure, the strong back, otherwise referred to as the transporter erector, will recline away from the Falcon 9 rocket just a few degrees for now. As a reminder to folks, while we do have a number of our own cameras which will be capturing the various views of liftoff, the rocket flies fast, and so we're only able to show you so much live. So be sure after booster landing to stick around, and we'll give you a full tour of all the various camera views that we're capturing this launch with in full. Coming up on the final 3 minutes before liftoff, should hear a call regarding the Stage 1 liquid oxygen tank.
Stage 1 lock float is complete.
And with that good call up, we should hear a similar call regarding the rocket's second stage liquid oxygen tank at around T-minus 2 minutes. While we're waiting for that fueling marker to come, I want to welcome in new channel members Rick Castle and Susan B, both joining with membership at the pad leader level. Also want to thank a couple of our channel members for growing our community here on YouTube. Big thanks to folks Nelson Reyes Jr., good to see you again tonight, gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. And thanks to good friend Chuck Briggs for gifting 20 Spaceflight Now memberships. So to our newest 25 gifted members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. Be sure to thank Nelson and Chuck in the live chat.
Stage 2 lock float is complete.
And with that call, the Falcon 9 rocket is now fully loaded up with 1 million pounds of propellant. That additional venting you're seeing there from the pad as the ground gas closeouts. SpaceX releasing the remaining liquid oxygen from the feed lines there at the pad, venting it out, seeing it become gaseous oxygen.
Ground gas.
Good call there. The Falcon 9 rocket will next enter into its automated startup sequence in the final minute. Thanks to Chris Campbell for the $2 super chat, joining us from North Carolina. Let us know where you're watching from tonight, whether you're here in Florida or further up the coast or further flung around the world.
Falcon 9 has entered startup.
With that call, we are now just awaiting the SpaceX launch director to confirm that they are in fact go for launch. Should be coming in the next few seconds.
The launch director is go for launch.
And with that good call, we are now just a little more than half a minute away from the flight of this Falcon 9, the second for SpaceX today. T-minus 30 seconds and counting.
Yes, this is live.
And here we go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 engine ignition, and liftoff. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket on the Starlink 10-41 mission. Falcon 9 has cleared the tower.
From at the recorder or from your phone?
Falcon 9 rocket now traveling faster than the speed of sound, a little more than a minute after lifting off. Approaching max Q, point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. Confirmation of max Q heard. Coming up to a few events in rapid succession, but first will be the MVAC chill, the thermal conditioning of the Merlin vacuum engine on the rocket's upper stage.
MVAC chill has started.
Coming up next for the Falcon 9 rocket will be first stage main engine cutoff, or MECO, beginning at T plus 2 minutes and 26 seconds after departure from the pad. That will be followed quickly by stage separation and then the ignition of the Merlin vacuum engine on the rocket's upper stage. The payload fairings are set to jettison right about at the 3-minute mark in flight. More than 2 minutes post liftoff here, less than 20 seconds now till MECO. MECO, stage separation.
Main engine cutoff. Stage separation confirmed. MVAC startup.
Good calls, good visuals from the SpaceX onboard cameras. You can see the hypersonic grid fins now deploying on the booster. A nice view of the coastline there on the upper right of your screen. Bearing separation.
Bearing separation confirmed.
Nice visual of those fairing halves falling away from our tracker view. Now a little more than 3 minutes into the flight of this Falcon 9 rocket. Coming up next will be the 3-engine entry burn. That's coming up at just about 6 minutes into this mission. So far, all appearing to go nominally for SpaceX on their second Falcon 9 rocket launch of the day. This also being the company's 22nd Falcon 9 rocket launch, supporting
targets being struck.
טרור חיזבאללה, וזה קורה במקביל לגל נוסף של תקיפות בטהרן. אנחנו מתחילים איתך, טל סבג, כתבתנו, עדכונים אחרונים שלך, טל.
נכון, התפתחויות הלילה במערכה הזאת, כאשר אנחנו מסתכלים עכשיו על חיזבאללה.
All right, folks, just to let you know, we're not asleep here. I break things so Racer can fix them. Now, in the process of doing that, we also come across some new things that, well, I broke them, and it's a new way of doing it, so I won't be able to break it quite so easily. So, in that, Racer has come up with a new way for us to stream. So, we're going to end this stream. We're going to set that up, and we're going to come right back here in just a few minutes. So, hope to see you on the other side. Thanks for being here. And where the hell is my pig? Here, piggy, 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 piggy. We need a pig button. Bad. There he is.
That's all, folks.